click a button. Whoops. Okay. All right. Hidden. Okay. Hey, JG. Welcome. Hey, Zach. The free man. Wake up. Wake up. Free man. Yeah, that's about all I remember. Haven't played this game since pretty much since it came out. Hey, phone. Alright. Next time's, yep. Wake up and smell the ashes. He's got that really weird cadence to his speech. Sure. In a non-speed run, please. These are absolutely speed runs. Got a timer on screen and everything. So naturally, speed runs, you know? Sure. Okay, so, let's see. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I got in the mail a bunch of capacitors and electrical components to refurbish and possibly fix some stuff that I have. So I did that yesterday. I decided against streaming it because like, whenever I'm doing that, I really need to focus. And even though I was still 100% focusing, I managed to grip the 400 degrees C tip of my soldering iron like this for like a good second before I noticed it. And I got this big fucking burn on my finger. And that's without being distracted by anything. Luckily it's not like a huge burn. It left a shiny spot on my finger there. So yeah, that's yeah, that burn sure looks great. Yep, you'll have to take my word for it. But yeah, it's oh. Luckily I ran over immediately and put it under cold water under the sink, and that it didn't hurt too bad after that. Like it throbbed for about half an hour, but no lasting damage, it seems, from it. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm probably gonna just for the most part not do soldering stuff. Okay, so the result of that, so the first thing I recapped was my original PlayStation, the one with the PSIO in it, because I had the idea that, hey, maybe it was a capacitor that blew in it, and maybe that's why the PSIO blew up during the stream. So I replaced all the capacitors in it. It took about 2 hours or so. Well, not quite. The PlayStation took like 90 minutes maybe, because there wasn't a huge amount of caps in there. And yeah, I got them all switched out, no problem. There weren't any shorts to ground or anything, so I fired it up, and the PSIO still doesn't work. So I think I need to buy another PlayStation. This will be PlayStation number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. PlayStation number 7. My 7th PlayStation. that piece of shit. Oh my god. This PSIO is just... Why did they do the design they did? And like, if you go on their forums, it's like their forums are a bunch of posts of like, man, you guys, what the fuck are you doing? And then like there's posts about, hey, I shipped out my PS1 to Australia 2 months ago and haven't heard anything back. Like, one guy waited 6 months apparently for them to check and see if the cartridge is defective, and then like the administrators on the message board are flaming the users who just want support for their fucking cart. And man, it's just, if this weren't the only option for doing this, I would gladly get something else. But it's like, what a fucking nightmare this thing has been. And for what it's worth, I'm pretty sure this is my fault that these keep breaking. It's either my input monitor or it's the digital audio mod. So one of those two things, or both. It's probably the input monitor. But the first the second PSI that I got doesn't work with anything. It was defective right out of the box. So it's like shit. So yeah. At least some of this is probably from my own making, but still, that doesn't make this any less frustrating. Especially how much these things cost. Like, goddamn. So yeah, that was the first thing that I recapped yesterday. The second thing I recapped was my Sound Blaster live card for my DOS and Windows 98 machine. I figured that if I recap that, I might be getting less noise and less crackling from the audio with it. And it did lower the noise on it a little bit, not a huge amount. It did. It was noticeable to me, but it didn't resolve like the crackling and shivers like during the FMV cutscenes. That's still there, and that makes me think that's a driver thing and not a card thing. I also bought another op amp, so if worse comes to worse, I can replace the op amp in the Sound Blaster because I'm using the analog out on that. But I didn't want to go that far just yet. Because it is a slightly different spec op amp than the one that comes with the card. So even though it's got the same pinouts and the same voltages, it isn't quite the same. Supposedly it's an upgrade. And all I need to do is just use hot air to hot air the old chip, take it off, hot air the new one on there, and then we're good to go. But I didn't want to try that just yet. So yeah, so far I guess I consider that a success then at least. And then I also got additional caps for my MT32, which is the rare vintage MIDI machine. It's about that big that I use for like Space Quest 3 and used it for King's Quest 4. I think that was the last thing I actually used it on stream for. Because for that, I want to try and lower the noise floor on that. And the noise floor, if you didn't know, is it's the point at which you can turn up the volume on something where you start hearing like the white noise kind of static sounds at a really low level compared to what it's actually supposed to be outputting. That's what a noise floor is. So on the MT32, I can crank it up to about maybe 70% or 80% before I start getting like really noticeable noise tones that show up in my output on my mixer here. And I'm hoping that if I change out some of these parts, I'll be able to turn it up a little bit more and get some cleaner audio out of it. But then again, it's apparently a thing that the model of MT32 that I have it's just like that. So might just have to deal with that. And getting slightly stronger output from the MT32 would be nice because I have to I have to keep messing around with the digital volume control on it. So if I didn't have to do that, that would be great. And then it also puts out less gain compared to my other MIDI machines, which I have an SC55 and an SC88 Pro and a XV5080. So having all of those being able to output at the same level across the board would be great, so I don't have to keep messing with it, because like the MT32 is like outputting down here, and then I have to manually change stuff around to get it back up again, and then sometimes it randomly becomes super loud, and if I don't have to deal with that, if it's all just flat, then that'll be great. Hey, show. Let's see, so I also got capacitors for my PS1, which is the revision model that I just used for playing discs, which I'm gonna have to keep using that thing for the time being for PS Explosion, while my PSIOs are a dumpster fire currently. And then I also got capacitors for the Virtual Boy. So about the Virtual Boy, I haven't done anything with that yet because I'm waiting on a new little card thing that I put inside of it to do video capture. I have one card that's working and one that isn't. So I ordered a circuit board for the Virtual Boy from China, I had it fabricated there, and it's going to be shipped out to me and probably get to me sometime next week. In that same order, I also ordered, there is the next generation OSSC, which is the video box that I plug in all of my consoles into, and that turns it into really good looking HDMI, which I then put out to the stream. The next generation version of that, called the OSSC Pro, let's say alpha version of it got released a few days ago onto this code repository called GitHub, and I ordered the circuit board for that, which is just the bare piece of material that has no components on it. And then at some point in the near future, I'm gonna have to order the components, and then I'll have to assemble that myself. So I'll have to solder everything onto the board, and then that has to plug into a DE10 Nano development board, which I also have. That thing's actually part of the Mister, if you're familiar with that thing. Let's see. What else? So yeah, that came in, and then I also got the parts for the GameCube SD card adapter thing. That goes into the bottom of the GameCube, so that's also going to come in the mail, and that's apparently really easy to put together. So yeah, we could do a soldering stream for that, because there's like 3 things to solder on that. So sure, we can do that. And yeah, that's pretty much everything I did yesterday. So in recap, yesterday, I burned the shit out of my finger. I tried to fix my PS1 and it didn't. I tried to improve my sound card and it kind of did. And then that's it. Yeah, the SD2 SP2, yep, that thing streams. Which you are very familiar with that thing. Because it's just a tiny little PCB, and it's got like a capacitor and an SD card slot, and then that's it. So yeah, I had those fabricated, and those are... I got the email like 18 hours ago from guy in China saying, hey, we're making your board. So, and he said it takes 24 to 48 hours to get produced, and then they ship it out to me. So, I don't know when I'm going to get it, but we'll see. Alright, so, let's get started, shall we? Half-Life 2. PC, 2004 FPS. So, original Half-Life came out in 1998. Opposing Force was 99. And Blue Shift was 2001. So this came out 3 years after the last like official single-player Half-Life thing came out, I think. I'm not really counting the weird other things they put out, but let's just go with this. Developed by Valve this time, so official Valve game, unlike the 2 expansion packs to Half-Life 1. And then published for at least the disc distribution was with Vivendi, but Half-Life 2 is also kind of the launch, like the big major full-time launch of the digital distribution platform Steam, which I'm sure we're almost all aware of. And yeah, so part 1, I have played this before. I played it when it came out, and I don't remember much of it. I remember really liking it. I remember it's a great game, but yeah. Yeah, I remember staying up to unlock this on Steam. Yeah, I remember I had... Oh, geez. Where was I in 2004? So this would have been like November-ish 2004, I think. I think I was in school in North Dakota at that time, and I remember the dorm internet was super shit. And I think it took like 2 days to download the whole thing, I want to say. It took a long time back then. Because we were supposed to have like a T1 line for every student, but it was more like, sure, you plug in through Ethernet, but you get like 56K speeds. So it took a while to get that. The infrastructure there was certainly not made for any sort of big downloads from the student dorms. All right, Half-Life 2. So this is the boxed release, which is, I guess kind of rare. At least back then, you had the choice of getting a disc like this in a box, or just the digital distribution. Half-Life 2 with leaks beforehand, maybe? I think there might have been like an alpha leak or something that came out. and I think they might have delayed the game, I want to say, because of it. I can't remember. It's been a while. All right, nothing will be the same. So these are two supposed to be side-by-side images, but this is a little fold-out thing like they did with the physical box. Oh, these screenshots are from before they redid all the assets. Yeah, because these are clearly different models than what's in the game, because they have like dark blue jackets on, I think. The guards, these dudes look about the same from what I can remember, but it's been many years since I properly played it. The environmental art looks about the same though, so perhaps. All right, Half-Life 2, the best game ever made, says PC Gamer. They also said that about the first Half-Life, so sure thing, PC Gamer. But in this case, yeah, it's up there. Alright, defining a new benchmark in gaming with startling realism and responsiveness, Half-Life 2 opens the door to a world where the player's presence affects everything around him. Digital actors, advanced animation technology delivers the most sophisticated in-game characters ever witnessed. Yeah, I remember being really impressed with the character models and their animations and delivery of stuff. Like for 2004, yeah. Like they didn't console games didn't get that sort of realism in things like that until like 2007, maybe 2006 or 2007. So this was like years ahead of its time in terms of things like that. Advanced AI, friends and foes, assess threats, master tricky terrain, and fashion weapons from what is at hand. Okay, I'm hoping the master tricky terrain thing is going to be an improvement over some of the pathfinding and, let's say, Blue Shift. Boy, do I hope so. Stunning graphics, simply amazing, the special effects ignite incredibly realistic environments. Yeah, this game had a lot of cool effects. Physical gameplay, objects from rocks to trucks obey laws of gravity, friction, and buoyancy. Yeah, and that is also probably one of the coolest things, and one of the things that I remember most about Half-Life 2 is all the weird physics stuff you could do in this game. And that was like a big part of like I could advance a story, or I could just mess around with the cool physics stuff in the game world. All right, so this box copy also includes Counter-Strike Source. So that leads me to believe that this was a later release of the game here for the physical release, because I remember Counter-Strike Source wasn't out until 2005, I want to say, because I remember still playing CS 1.6 with my friends right around when Half-Life 2 came out, and we absolutely would have made the switch to Source if that was the option. So I'm pretty sure CS Source came out well after Half-Life 2 did, I think. Alright, so we got the Valve logo here, according to GameSpy. Sure. The good old Sierra logo. So Sierra was bought by Vivendi in the intervening years between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2. We got the ATI logo here because in 2004 ATI was, I think, the more performant graphics card vendor at the time. So NVIDIA was still making cards around that time. So it was still kind of a two-horse race in terms of video card vendors, but I'm pretty sure around 2004-ish, ATI was still the way to go if you wanted the best performance. And it really wasn't until 2006 or 7 when NVIDIA just really pulled away in terms of performance. So ATI, of course, and then they have the closed caption thing here for some reason. I don't know why. All right, mature, 17 plus, blood and intense violence. I certainly remember that. All right. Game experience may change during online play. It sure will. Okay, so this is the Steam game box that you get, I guess. Sure. Yeah, the 8800 GTX. That thing just it was over when that came out. So there were three different box variations that came out with Half-Life 2 with the physical release here. So this is the one of the box variations, and also the default Steam high quality like game box sized box. And then we got the variation here that has Alex on the front. She's a character, one of the main characters in the game. And then we got the G-Man, who's got much stronger eyebrow game in Half-Life 2 than in 1. Okay. That's what I got for Half-Life 2. Let's do it. Alright. I'm hoping my mouse is about as charged as it'll get. I forgot to charge it before this, but it's got a decent battery life, and I can always use it wired if I need to. So, let's do this, shall we? All right. Okay. Half-Life 2, huh? So according to this, I have 2 hours of playtime on it. I think that's just from me launching it a few times over the years, and I guess Steam didn't log playthrough time back then when it came out, so it just didn't keep that data, I guess. So I did play through the whole game though back then. Alrighty. Let's do it. Interesting that it the frame rate counts as 24. So very, very film-like. Okay, so just like the first Half-Life, we get a nice simple main menu here. But in this one, it's fully 3D, unlike the Half-Life 1, Op4, and Blue Shift. You're gonna go with 42 deaths for this playthrough? Yeah, from what I remember there being some real bullshit parts in this. And this one is also, I think, a little bit longer than the first Half-Life. So my goal is still 69 deaths or less, but I have a feeling it might be around 90. I think it might be 90. Is going to be my guess. Alright, so difficulty. Gonna do this on normal. They actually call it normal this time, unlike the first few games. Challenging enemies, your weapons do normal damage. In easy, enemies are weaker, and you also get auto-aim. And then hard has tough enemies, and your weapons do less damage, which they could have just said enemies are harder to kill, because that does the same thing. Okay, so duck jump, primary fire, yep, gravity gun G, okay. Flashlight, suit zoom, squad is C, okay, so everything so far so good here. My number pad on this only goes up to 6, so this is fine. So pretty much identical controls to the first one here. Alt is move slowly. Isn't that usually shift? Can you do, like, permanent shift or something? Fast open switch. Nah, we'll do that in classic mode, I guess. Okay, and then mouse, sensitivity, raw input. Yep, I probably don't need to use raw input for this. That looks good. So I'm going to have subtitles on, but not closed captions. So the difference between the two is that subtitles only shows spoken dialogue for important things, and closed captions shows everything. So all dialogue, and then if like there's gunshots or an explosion, it'll also show up in the captions at the bottom. But I'm only going to have subtitles on for this. And then for video, we're doing 1080p, and pretty much everything on high here. And that'll be how we do it. All right. Let's do it. Why not use raw input? It's not on by default, so might as well.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until... well, let's just say your hour has come again.
Alright, so already way more impressive effects than the first
The
one.
right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
Alright. Point insertion.
I didn't see you get on.
Okay. A similar start to the first game. So we get proper windows in this. And you can see the dirt on the texture.
Welcome to City 17.
This is clearly painted on.
Or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest remaining urban centers.
Like this would be
I thought so much of
probably a normal map in a modern game.
establish my administration here.
Play this on
in the
DX6.
city
Nice.
So thoughtfully provided by our benefactors. I've been proud to call City 17 my home. And so, whether you are here to stay or passing through on your way to parts unknown, welcome to City 17. It's safer here.
All right.
But this stuff, it's all I have left.
Physics.
All right, I'm moving. Jeez.
Oh geez.
Were you the only ones on that train?
Overwatch stopped our train in the woods and took my husband for questioning.
Overwatch.
They said he'd
Welcome
be on the
to
next
City
train.
17.
I'm not
You
sure
have
when that
chosen
was.
or been
They're
chosen
being
to
nice though,
relocate to
letting
one
me
of our
wait for
finest
him.
remaining urban centers.
Ah, nice.
I thought so much of City 17 that I elected to establish my administration here in the citadel so
No
thoughtfully
more.
provided by our benefactors. I've been
Hey,
proud
cut
to
it out.
call City 17 my home. And so, whether you are here to stay or
Okay, we can't go back
passing
through.
on your way to
I guess we
parts
can,
unknown,
but
welcome to City 17. It's safe
Hey.
here.
Stop that.
break a bottle on this guy. Yep.
Watch it, will you? Dr. Breen again? I was hoping I'd seen the last of him in City 14. I wouldn't say that too loud. This is the base of operations. Where are you taking me?
Welcome to City 17.
So this is
You have chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest remaining urban centers. I thought so much of City 17 that I elected to establish my administration here in the citadel.
Nova Prospect, huh?
provided by our benefactors. I've been proud to call City 17 my
All right.
home. And so, whether you are here to stay or passing through
This
on
must
your
be a
way to
mistake.
parts
I got a standard relocation coupon just like everybody else.
hey. Oh.
I'm gonna need me some privacy for this.
About that beer I owed you. It's me, Gordon, Barney from Black Mesa. Hey, sorry for the scare. I had to put on a show for the cameras.
All right.
Working undercover with civil protection.
The Barney Calhoun, huh?
Get suspicious. I'm way behind on my beating quota.
Yes, Barney, what is it? I'm in the middle of a critical test.
Sorry, Doc, but look who's here.
Great Scott! Gordon Freeman! I expected more warning.
Yeah, you and me both, Doc. He was about to board the express to Nova Prospect.
Well, Barney, what do you intend?
I'm thinking.
Alex is around here somewhere. She would have a better idea how to get him here.
Oh, as long as he stays away from checkpoints, we should be okay. Listen, I gotta go, Doc. We're taking enough chances as it is.
Very well. And, Gordon, good to see you.
Okay, Gordon. You're gonna have to make your own way to Dr. Kleiner's lab. Oh, man, that's what I was afraid of. Get in here, Gordon, before you blow my cover. Pile up some stuff to get through that window and keep going till you're in the plaza. I'll meet up with you later.
All right. Pile up some stuff. Okay. So yeah, maybe Dr. Kleiner was one of those scientists at the end of Blue Shift, maybe? All right. Puzzle solving, boys. Yep. Look at all that physics. That's as small as the pieces get. But yeah, there's like, I think if you drop a brick on a glass bottle, yeah, it'll break the bottle. Like Skyrim doesn't even do this. And this was doing it in 2004. Like, look at that. That's so cool. Like, even today, that's so cool. Alright. Slightly longer loads than first few games, but there's more to load.
Let me read out that first receipt. Dear Dr. Green, why has the Combine seen fit to suppress our reproductive cycle?
Whoa, shit! He followed me. Alright. Gonna bring a brick with us this time. Alright, maybe he forgot. Oh, I keep this. Okay.
Rather than try to answer every possible question you might have on voice.
Failure to comply with the loyalty check.
Let's consider the fact that
All right.
for the first time ever, as a species, immortality is
The line starts at the end.
This simple fact has far-reaching implications. It requires radical rethinking and revision of our genetic
You'll have to wait your turn like everybody else.
and forethought that
Yep.
running
Alright.
You gotta be damn hungry to wait in line for this crap. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to join civil protection just to get a decent meal.
That our true enemy
Alright.
is instinct. Instinct was our
Aha.
when we were
Missed.
an infant species.
We're getting a lot of environmental storytelling here, and
Those hard-scrabble years
Dr. Breen's private reserve, huh?
took our first meals of a meager fire and started at the shadows that leapt upon the cavern's walls. But inseparable from instinct is its dark twin, superstition. Instinct is inextricably bound to unreasoning impulses. And today,
Got him.
we clearly see its true nature. Instinct has just become a
All right.
matter of
So we got a big old tower over there.
And like a cornered beast, it will not go down without
Looks like we got
instinct would inflict a fatal injury on our species.
huh.
Instinct creates its own oppressors and bids us rise up against them. Instinct tells us that the unknown is a threat rather than an
Okay.
opportunity. Instinct slyly and covertly compels us away from change and progress. Instinct, therefore, must be explored. It must be fought tooth.
We don't have access to any melee weapons right now.
Human urges. The urge to reproduce. We should
All right. Sure. Alright.
This is how it always starts. First the building, then the whole block. They have no reason to come to our place. Don't worry, they'll find one.
Yeah.
Watch it, will you?
Dang it. Alright, I think you can push these, yeah. You can physics this stuff. Alright. Already more fun than Blue Shift. Hey. Hey. Alright. Important business complete. We can Half-Life now. Okay. So I believe this version of Half-Life doesn't have, like, I think it had this kind of shading in it, but it didn't have HDR shading. That came in later, and I'm not sure if that's in this version. So this is the most recent up-to-date Steam release, but I don't think the base Half-Life 2 has any of that extra stuff that they added in. Unlawful entry. Well, they're the... Huh. That came in the orange box release? So, okay, so only if you...
I thought you were a cop.
Play that
He's one of us.
version? Huh.
I can't take it anymore.
Attention, residents. Miscount detected.
Yeah, it's the Lost Coast episode, isn't it? But it's not in, yeah, HDR full if available, and bloom if available.
With your civil protection team.
Hey, you!
Permits full ration reward.
Alright.
Head for the roof! There's no time to lose! Here they come!
Oh, here come the checkpoints.
Priority identification check in progress. Please assess your
Oh, jeez.
inspection position.
Okay.
Get in here, quick! Keep moving! Head for the roof!
Okay. Oh, there's a mod for it? Nice. Okay. Oh, jeez. So there's no health indicator here, so I'm assuming that you probably can't die during this. Unless you like fall off the roof or something. What we got here? Nice. Oh.
Over here! Ha! No, you don't!
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
Attention, please.
I better hurry.
Person of interest.
The Combine can be slow to wake, but once they're up, you don't want to get in their way.
Protection team immediately.
Dr. Kleiner said you'd be coming this way. I don't think it occurred to him that you might not have a map.
Sure.
I'm Alex Vance. My father worked with you back in Black Mesa. I'm sure you don't remember me, though.
Alex of Half-Life Alex fame.
Man, a few words, aren't you?
So we're going to be playing as her in 10 days.
Remember him from Black Mesa? Your old administrator. Don't get my dad started on Dr. Breen.
I don't remember him, actually. Not at all. And I just played those games like a week ago.
Funny, you showing up on this day in particular.
A red letter day. Alright, so the keypad textures actually look like keypads now.
Come on, Gordon.
Yep. Oh man, it does the... Okay, so the texture, it's just Z fighting. Okay, I thought it was like if they modeled in LCD errors on there. Nope,
We've been helping
just more
people
Z
escape the
fighting.
city on foot. It's a dangerous route to my father's lab, through the old canals. Today, we're finally on the verge of having a better way.
Official lore for time between the games?
Let me buy you a drink.
What, between Half-Life 1 and 2? Isn't it just Gordon
And by the way, nice to finally meet you.
in weird G-Man storage, I guess? And then...
Blast that little... Where did she get to?
That's the Gordon lore.
Lamar!
Oh,
Come
oh,
over
jeez.
there.
Everything all right, Dr. Kleiner?
Hello, Alex. Well, almost all right. Lamar has gotten out of her crate again. If I didn't know better, I'd suspect Barney of trapping and... My goodness. Gordon Freeman. It really is you, isn't it?
I found him wandering around outside. Bit of a troublemaker, isn't he?
We owe a great deal to Dr. Freeman, even if trouble does tend to follow in his wake. I must say, Gordon, you come at a very opportune time. Alex has just installed the final piece for our resurrected teleport.
I
Yep.
can't take any credit for the breakthrough.
I kept Gordon in the same place where I
Your
keep
talents
the Seaman
surpass
samples
others.
and also my RPG Maker creation.
Well, is he here? There you are. Man, Gordon, you stirred up the hive. We can't keep him here
Kind of
long.
detail we got here.
It'll jeopardize everything we've worked for.
Don't worry, he's coming with me.
That's right, Barney. This is a red letter day.
Got
We'll
this sick
inaugurate the
ViewSonic
new
here.
teleport with a double transmission.
You mean it's working? For real this time?
Then a flat panel,
I still have nightmares about
which
that
still
cat.
would have been not too
There's
common in
nerves
2004-ish.
We've made major strides since then. Major strides.
What cat?
Doc, since
Like, I
he's
was
not
still
taking
using the
us serious,
CRT
you might as
in
well get him out of
2004.
the civvies.
What? Oh dear, you're right. I almost forgot. Barney, I'll give you the honor.
Huh. I've got to get back on my shit, but okay.
Yep.
Here we go. Ah! Damn it, get it off me!
Lamar, there you
I
are.
thought you got rid of that pest.
Certainly not. Never fear, Gordon. She's debeaked and completely harmless. The worst she might do is attempt to couple with your head, fruitlessly.
Get that thing away from me!
Here, my pet. Hop up. No, not up there. No, no. Careful, Lamar. Those are quite fragile. Oh, fie. It'll be another week before I can coax her out of there.
Yeah, longer if we're lucky.
Barney, you're not an animal person.
Sure. I love whenever they start moving, they kind of like lean over and then and then start moving.
Well, Gordon, I see your HEV suit still fits you like a glove. At least the glove parts do. I've made a few modifications, but I'll just acquaint you with the essentials. Now, let's see. The Mark V hazardous environment suit has been redesigned for comfort and utility. Oh dear.
And then the rest is illegible.
At least get that suit juiced up, Gordon.
Good idea. There's a charger on the wall. I've modified your suit to draw power from Combine energy outlets, which are plentiful wherever they patrol.
Revised.
Let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, it's weird, like they turn their feet and their head last.
Dr. Cleaner's waiting.
That's it? Okay.
Gordon, why don't you position yourself near the panel over there and wait for my word?
Isaac, are you there?
Yes, Eli. Bit of
All
a
right.
hold-up on this end. You'll never guess who found his way into our lab this morning.
Hard drive's operating.
That's not who I think it is it?
Indeed it is, and it's our intention to send him packing straight away in the company of your lovely daughter.
Are you ready for us, Dad?
We're all set on this end.
Oh,
Then let's do it.
flashlight doesn't work on this.
Let's see, the massless field flux should self-limit, and I've clamped the manifold parameters to C base and LG orbifold, Hilbert inclusive. Conditions could hardly be more ideal.
That's what you said last time.
Hey, yeah, about that cash.
Initializing in 3, 2, 1. No fiddlesticks. What now?
Doctor, the plug.
Dear me, you're right. Excellent.
You gonna
Puzzles.
let Gordon throw the switch?
Gordon, go right ahead. Very good. Final sequence. Commencing now.
I can't look.
This is just like Blue Shift.
Oh.
This could have been Blue Shift. Just as exciting.
Well, did it work?
See for yourself.
Hey, Doc.
Thank goodness. My relief is almost palpable.
Fantastic work, Izzy.
Well, I can't take all the credit. Dr. Freeman proved an able assistant.
Let's go ahead and bring Gordon through now.
Right you are. Speak to you again in a few moments.
Good job, Gordon. Throwing that switch and all. I can see your MIT education really pays for itself.
All right, Barney. Your turn.
Gee, thanks.
Gordon, as soon as you're in position, we'll send you to Eli's.
And not a moment too soon.
Excellent. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Barney, if you'd be so kind.
Good luck out there, Gordon.
Yes, indeed. We're ready to project you, Gordon. Bon voyage, and best of luck in your future endeavors. Final sequence. Hell, what is it?
It's your freaking headhopper!
Lamar, ready, no!
No.
Lamar, with him, get about that thing!
He's coming through, Dad.
What's going on, Judith?
I'm not sure. It seems to be some kind of interference.
Gordon, stay put. We'll get you out of there.
Something's drawing him away.
What's the meaning of this? Who are you? How did you get in here?
Hey, think he's back!
So it's doing the breathing sound effect again during the.
It will heal you apart!
Just lost Gordon. What's going on?
I wish I knew. I'm encountering unexpected interference.
Don't worry, Gordon.
There he is. we're losing it again.
The man I saw. I'm all but certain it was Gordon Freeman.
Uh-oh. Not that thing again. Oh, shit.
He didn't come through.
Then where is he?
Behind you. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Oh,
You must get out of
we got
here.
space physics.
Get down out of sight. I'll come find you.
Okay. Alright, pick up barrels. I'm not sure you can... Yep, that fucking fish is back. Can't wait. Your face was asking.
Hey, Gordon! The Citadel's on full alert. I've never seen it lit up like that. Get out of City 17 as fast as you can, Gordon. Take the old canals, right? They'll get you to Eli's lab. It's a dangerous route, but there's a whole network of refugees, and they'll help you if they can. I'd come with you, but I gotta look after Dr. Kleiner. Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped this back in Black Mesa. Good luck out there, buddy. You're gonna need it.
All right, our old friend Crowbar's back. Excellent. Okay, do it. Yeah, don't lose it because it's the only one you'll ever see again. Yeah, without like the clang, 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 clang on every single surface, it just isn't the same. There we go. All right, you're right. Yeah, okay. Okay. Uh-oh. So we get music again. It's the wub 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 wub. Okay. I can't remember if there was more music in this compared to first few. Yep. And then it's gone. Yep. All right. Root canal. Okay. Yep, just like the first one. Sure.
Help me! Stop! We didn't do anything! They're looking for you now. You'd better run. There's nothing else you can do here.
Is there? Okay, yeah, there's nothing else I could do there. Okay. So, 1 and 2, so same inventory system.
Going.
So the guns don't feel as impactful in this game. I seem to remember that being a thing. And then, oh yeah, this is a large mechanic in this one. I remember that being a thing. Everything explodes in Half-Life 2.
Attention. Unidentified person of interest. Confirm your civil status with local protection immediately.
Yeah, train coming. Gotta get over there. so you still gain momentum. Alright, and then they explicitly mark crates that that have supplies in them this time. Unlike Half-Life 1. On the speedrun, yeah. I can see that. Certainly is a popular run, so there's gotta be something good about it. I wish the crosshair was a little bit bigger, because that was also a problem in the first few. Like you really can't tell where that crosshair is at the time. It's not like this pistol is very accurate, anyways. Okay. All right, so these things do break your fall. I remember that. I remember this trap up here. Alright. Of course the music's back. I guess. Boxes of health. Can move through those fields, but I can't. Special Alamow's fields. Yeah, the color of the HUD certainly isn't helping things. So yeah, the original Half-Life HUD was also yellow, I think. And then Opposing Force HUD was green, and Blue Shift HUD was blue. Okay. Alright, so much better water effects this time. And this game still does weird things with like getting on top of objects in the water. It boosts you up just to make sure that you clear the thing and get on top of it. But it does weird things like this where it seems like you're bobbing in the water. I do like this inclusion of the rings around your targeting reticule, though. So I think the one on the right is your clip, your magazine, or whatever, and then the one on the left I think is your total ammo. So you can at least see at a glance while you're shooting.
Good God! Guess those sirens are for you, huh? Good thing you found us. You're not the first to come through here by...
This is the free man. The Combine's reckoning has come.
A free man.
Look, we're just a lookout for the Underground Railroad. Main station's right around the corner. They'll get you started on the right foot. Meanwhile, let my Vortigaunt friend here give you a jolt to get you going.
What? Great. Wow.
Be careful now.
3 whole energy,
really
thanks.
Can't afford to get noticed. Civil protection catches you down here, it's bad news for the whole railroad.
We serve the same mystery.
Attention.
Sure. Hit the road, Jack.
Unrest procedure.
My name is Gordon.
Inoculate. Shield. Pacified.
All right.
Pressure.
Yep. Give me some of that green. Vortigons into all the way into it. So I remember this being a thing where if you have to break the support for it, and it will, or enough supports, the whole thing goes. Yeah.
Unidentified person of interest. Confirm your civil status with local protection team immediately.
Oh, okay. Picked up the bone. Spits out the bone, picks it up. So yeah, that's a change here with the barnacles. Like you can do this.
Community ground protection unit. Local unrest structure.
Which they explicitly called out in, I think, Blue Shift, that this. Okay, I guess it's dead. I don't know. But yeah, they said in Blue Shift, like, oh, only organic matter can be picked up by barnacles. I remember this part. I can save here.
Hey, over here! Help! Go!
Okay, you can't shoot in zoomed in suit mode.
Now compliant defended. Ground protection. Alert. Code. Isolate. Exposed. Exposure.
So enemies use cover a little bit more. Yep. I remember this mounted gun being there. Okay. Run straight towards me. Okay. The Ric Flair background noise?
We heard 12 go down.
What?
Surgical strike units are targeting railway stations. Repeat, civil protection is coming down on underground stations. We're already getting refugees from 9 and outlying. Looks like we're...
Woo!
Station 8, do you copy?
I guess?
Station 8, are you there?
I don't hear it.
We have confirmed reports of manhacks. Repeat, they're filling the underground with manhacks.
Manhacks. That can't be good. I think those are manhacks.
Ground protection. Code. Isolate.
Alright, so they give you a mounted gun section right at the start. Get wrecked. Okay, that looks like trouble. As does that thing. Okay. I believe these are secrets? Yeah.
Individual, you are charged with socio-endangerment level 1. Protection unit, prostitution code. Duty, sword, midnight.
Okay, so this is a piece of wood, but yeah. So you can do this to clear out the barnacles.
Community. Unrest procedures code is now suspended.
Oh shit.
Pressure. Sword. Sterilized.
Over here! Keep going, friend. That station was raided, but there's others up ahead. I'm gonna stay here in case any others come through. Gotta keep the railway alive.
So these facial textures don't quite hold up as well. Most of the other textures, they do. Okay, we've got ammo. Oh shit. Uh-oh. So you can also fire handguns underwater, or regular guns underwater in this game. In contrast to the earlier ones. Because you could only use like the I think in the first one you could only use the bow gun, I think? And that's why those fish were such a pain in the ass to deal with. And I guess you could use explosives as well. I don't think you can even damage those guys. Still there. Finished with their animation. Got him. Ah, it's all the way down. Okay. Okay. And then these, this makes this even easier. Boom. Got him. I don't think there's anything over there. Yeah, the pistol might as well be a rapid-fire weapon. Okay, this looks safe. But that's probably why it just feels like the pistol has no impact, because you can just spam it. So I'm holding down jump right now, and this is all I can really do to stay above water. Oh shit. So in contrast to the limited resources that you get in the first game, they give you plenty of ammo and plenty of stuff to shoot in this one. I think I have to go. All the way to the end here. There's also limited sprint in this. So if I hold down sprint in the lower left above my health is the aux power. So it powers your flashlight and your sprint in this one. Okay. Alright. I remember this. Time for another puzzle. Okay, so we need to get up here, and we have this convenient seesaw. If we get on this side, seesaw goes down, or it should. So it's physics time, boys. Okay. Then that does that. And then you're supposed to be able to make it. Oh, I guess there's a few more over there. Okay, fine. You win this time, Gabe Newell. That's all of them. Oh. Hardest puzzle in the game. Did it. Yep, there's more bricks here than Alonzo Ball 3-point shooting contest. Oh, Jesus, come on. What the? Okay, maybe this is totally 120 FPS thing. Oh my god. What? Alright, hold up. Do these need to be, like, further down because physics? Alright. This time things will be different. Okay. Alright, physics. Physics, they have to be at the end of it. Okay. Nope. Alright, helicopters again, huh? This guy's planking over here. Secret down here. Ladder boss still present. Lambda locator 4 out of 45, so there's 45 secret lambdas apparently. That health. I'll take this barrel though. Never know when you can use an explosive barrel. Like here, for instance. Okay, that was not my greatest idea. Okay, now I do need these. Yep, that's how Gordon spent his 6 years in limbo, eating space Cheetos. Yeah. All right, helicopter is still out there and still angry. He's the Baron. The Baron from Dune. Nice. Hey, Gander. Good to see you too. Oh. All right. Danger. Yeah. Ammo back there. No photos. Yep, the Baron. I rewatched Dune fairly recently, and man, what a great movie. With the incredible soundtrack made by Toto, which is like 2 songs long that they just kept reusing. But Toto made it, so it's great. Almost as good as Africa. It wasn't burning. Okay, well, Deathless Run is not deathless anymore. Okay, things I learned from that. Explosive barrels go from fine to exploding in your face with no steps in between. Yeah, it is a tough thing to directly translate into film, just because of all the weird things in it.
Railroad covering our tracks. Looks like you're gonna be the last one through. Be glad you're not the guy they're looking for. Poor bastard doesn't stand a chance. Sounds like they're calling in every CP unit in City 17. Now they're flooding the areas up ahead with manhats. There you go, but I'll sweep through here. Oh shit! Too late!
Those are the manhats.
That was a close call. Thanks for your help. Look, it isn't safe here. I'll give you some supplies to keep you going, and you really gotta go.
Is up there? Oh, we get up there. Oh, we're here. Yeah, the thing that weirded me out on my rewatch of Dune was how much inner monologue there is in that. Of all the shots in that film of just, here's a close-up of somebody's face, and then a voiceover of them speaking internally, and they're just going, while there's this like 30-second long thing of them talking over it.
Good luck out there.
Is he the Kwisatz Haderach? That perception is not really working here. Yeah. Get some. Alright, good. Okay. Oh, I still hear one somewhere. Either that or it's my tinnitus. Oh, jeez. Yeah, there's still one off to the right somewhere. Yep, it's always tinnitus. Well, my tinnitus is in my right ear, so it would check out from hearing loss in the left ear. A theater program, yeah. Dune seems like the kind of movie that it should have a Lawrence of Arabia style intermission, even though it's like a 2-hour movie. Like, here, just take 10 minutes and think about everything you see, and then come on back.
Attention all ground protection. Judgment waiver now set. Mostly under civil violations. Infected. Status. Malignant.
Alright. The banging music's back. And so too must be the banging action. Looks like we get a machine gun here. This is as fast as I can move down this. Oh, hello. Eh? So there is no spray logo button in this. Very disappointing. Okay. So it looks like 108. Okay, these weapons don't share ammo in this game. Oh geez, not this again. Okay. How will it be received with Game of Thrones? I don't know. I don't think space opera type stuff would go as well today. Post Game of Thrones, like that stuff can probably fly for fantasy. I'm not so sure about sci-fi. Probably why they when the Battlestar Galactica remake happened, why the tone of that show was much different than the 70s one. And really, there really aren't that many factions in Dune to even need a primer or anything. I guess it's slightly different from like, hey, here's good guys and bad guys from a lot of other stuff in the time. But it's like there was, I guess, three factions in Dune. It was good guys, bad guys, and then Spacers Guild, I guess, were kind of the three. And then you could probably have an encyclopedia of like, what the fuck are the Spacer Guild? That's probably the thing I'd need documents about. Like, why did this guy turn into Jabba the Hutt? Because space. Okay. Alright, so these guys have different, they got green uniforms on. The dudes with extra gear, it looks like. Yeah. Alright, I'm assuming this steam isn't gonna hurt me. Oh, it is gonna hurt me. A lot. Okay. Nice, and I didn't even hit the barrel. Alright, second chance to hit the barrel. Alright, environmental damage does a lot more in this game, I guess. Yeah, I guess the Bene Gesserit also had all that stuff going on. But yeah, the movie drastically simplified a lot of that. And like I read the book. I think I read a few of the books, but I can't remember nearly everything that went on that one. Yeah. All right. Good old Steam achievements pointing out every time I come across a secret now, I guess. Yeah. Oh, hello. Nice ambush, bro. Alright, might as well start using this. The board game for Doom. Oh man. I'm surprised Frank Herbert even authorized stuff like that. Or if it was like a homebrew thing. And then every once in a while, I keep remembering that there's a Wheel of Time thing coming out sometime in the near future. Can't wait for that. And I hope they don't fuck it up. I never saw that weird unauthorized or half-authorized thing that was made. There's like a made-for-TV movie, I think, at some point for Wheel of Time. That apparently the actual rights holders didn't know existed until it was made. And it was really bad, from what I've heard. I might have to track that down someday. But I haven't made much progress in my Wheel of Time audiobooks, because I haven't gone on many trips lately. At least this aux power recharges real quick. What? Didn't I break this already? Get some. Who wants some? Love the multiplayer in the Wheel Time game. That one is on my to-do list. So maybe whenever I do that one, I can set up a public or public-ish server for Wheel of Time. We could do a sampling of the multiplayer, I guess. This is just an Unreal game. And we can set up an Unreal tournament server with Instagib. Hello, Lone Link in Russia. Welcome. Good to have you. Because yeah, I think I tried to get the Wheel of Time Unreal game. Like I have a copy of it because I think I had to track down a copy of it for people when they were speedrunning it years ago. And now I just have a copy of Wheel of Time on my server for some reason. Or on my network backup. So they made getting off ladders in this one easier, which I appreciate. It kind of puts you where you want to go this time rather than just hope for the best. Oh, interesting. So it actually required some strategy for that. I figured with the variety of looks like there's a valve. Yeah, there's a valve right there. It looked like there there's a nice variety of spells you could do in it. But I've never actually sat down and played it myself. I do remember reading the PC Gamer review for it, and I think it was well received. Nope. Alright, can get some. Okay. Hey, boys. Half-Life 2, yep. You're doing it. How'd you do it in your Breath of the Wild session today, boys? Oh, I'm probably supposed to go down. Okay. Hey, wall text is always welcome. And if you're discussing Dune, that's the only way to discuss Dune, is in giant walls of text. Frank Herbert would have it no other way. Okay, this is another physics puzzle. Who'd have thought? I think that's how I wanted those to get up there. Can I move these? No. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, it's doing the thing where it just kind of shoots you up out of the water. Okay. Well, this worked out, I guess. All right. Yep, this game and its physics. Okay. The hardest divine beast on your first time on accident. That was probably the desert one, right? On accident. That one has one of the harder bosses, and the actual dungeon switches were tricky to find on that one. I'm assuming that's the one you were on. Okay. Of course. I still have to play the DLC for Breath of the Wild. Like, it's weird that I rank that game as top 5 all time for me, and I haven't even played everything that's in the game. Alright, I got a main hack over there somewhere. Hopefully we're almost out of the canals. Sense of the Wild. They are actively doing the sequel for it. Like they've shown off a teaser thing that looks cool. And I'm pretty sure it's just called Breath of the Wild 2. they're not getting very creative with their titles. I don't know if that's the official title, though. But it is one of the few feature games that I'm actually looking forward to. Is this just a... Okay, this is non-critical, I guess. Probably supposed to go the other end. Yeah, there's just so much to do in that game. It's great. Because, yeah, I was thinking about it today. Like, I almost never buy games that are brand new and pay full price for them. I usually get them on sale or just have them fall off the back of a truck. And this year, so I'm totally getting Half-Life Alyx, and that comes out in 10 days from now. And then Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 1. And that's in about 3 weeks from now. How am I supposed to be going here? And then I think Cyberpunk is coming out this year. And that game looks cool as fuck. Is this... This is just... armor. What? Where am I going? Yeah, last I heard Cyberpunk was this year, right? Yeah, they postponed it. It was supposed to be April, I thought, but isn't it still this year? Okay, yeah, this is... Oh, am I supposed to drop down from... Oh, okay. Drop down here. That makes sense. Oh, jeez. Quick little breath. Breath was the second one. It might have been Touch, I want to say. Yeah, I have a feeling Cyberpunk is fall now, but that's another one that I'm absolutely going to get when it comes out and play through that one. I'm pretty sure my machine's good enough to handle it with a 2070 Super and an 8-core. Okay, wait.
Hey! You're Freeman, aren't you? We got word you were coming. You got here at a bad time.
Black Mesa East to Station 6. Do you read? Dr. Freeman is on his way downriver. Lend him the airboat and give him all the help you can. Repeat.
Airboat.
Gordon Freeman has returned. It is critical he reaches Black Mesa East.
We've got some ammo in those crates over there. Help yourself to supplies and keep moving.
Oh. The recent King's Quest, you mean? I have the first episode of the first one, or I guess New King's Quest episode 1, and I did not like it, so I didn't buy the other ones, and probably unlikely.
They're shelling us!
Rip. Oh, jeez. I don't remember this at all. Okay. Yeah, it is a very Telltale style game, and I don't like Telltale style games, so that's never really a huge fan of them. Like I bought into the Sam & Max hype because I love Sam & Max, but I didn't like the Monkey Island Telltale games. I didn't like the Back to the Future ones. I thought Walking Dead was okay. Even though I'm not like a huge Walking Dead fan or anything either. Oh. So the head crabs burying under sand was a opposing force thing, I think. I don't think they ever did that in original Half-Life. That is a Gearbox innovation there. The worst asshole decision. Yep. Yeah, I think I only played through once in Walking Dead, and I did the be the good guy option. So I don't know, I might do something similar for another Walking Dead. I only played through the first season of Walking Dead. Telltale Walking Dead. Yeah. Assuming you can get through here. Just don't touch the walls of this. Yeah, Cyberpunk looks cool as hell. Like I've never played The Witcher, and I don't think I've ever played anything else by CD Projekt Red, the studio that's doing Cyberpunk, but it just looks like a really good looking Deus Ex. Okay. Got him. Oh, hello. This is why we need the airboat.
Hey, Dr. Freeman. I've been hoping you'd show up. Got this airboat all gassed up and ready to go. It's gonna be tough dodging civil protection out there in the open, but drive hard and you'll make it. You'll find more help up at Station 7. Just a few bends up the river. It's the old red barn. Climb on in. Fire her up.
Okay.
Go ahead and get in the boat, Dr. Freeman.
All right. Airboat time, boys. Yeah, from what I've seen of Cyberpunk, it is very different from the Witcher games. Like, Witcher is third person with an emphasis on melee, and Cyberpunk is like, yo, shoot that thing, and then hack into the deck with the Gibson. And I am all about that. Like, I guess it's a similar thing to, what was that Super Nintendo and Genesis game? Shadowrun, I think it's called? It looks like Shadowrun, except modern. Oh, hello. Was horses spawning on top of houses a thing in Witcher? What happened to Shadowrun game? Wasn't it a, yeah, like an isometric thing? Because they did the Xbox team-based multiplayer thing, and as far as I know, that flopped immediately when it came out. And then there was like an indie Shadowrun, tactical XCOM style game or whatever. Alright, let's get over here. And that one just looked like any other game like that. Like Wasteland and I have like 6 games like that in my Steam library, and Humble and Epic library. Haven't played any of them. but those games exist, I guess. That's okay. Counting the intro, that's the second time I think I've seen G-Man in the game. I guess that's probably where I'm supposed to go right now. Oh, fuck that boat. Oh shit. Oh shit. Stop that. We need vampires here. Yeah.
Station 12, come in. Station 12, do you read?
Too bad Gordon Freeman can't speak. Probably gonna be a head crab in here. Oh, oh, okay. Sure. Oh. Of course. Okay. What's that? Oh. Okay. Oh, all of this was... Okay, I thought this was critical path thing. Sure. Oh, this whole area is probably just a secret side area. Okay. As far as like games like Shadowrun Returns go that I would play.
Supplies!
Yep. That box over here. You're supposed to say that first. Oh shit. Fallout 1 and 2 are kind of the only two on my radar so far for games like that. Because those two I haven't played. Probably head crab in here. Oh. Okay. If I remember correctly, these are required for puzzle. So we need to get this bridge up to get through there. And then these things, because physics, these float. We do that. Now we have a bridge. Okay. But yeah, besides besides Half-Life Alyx, FF7, and Cyberpunk, those are the brand new releases that I plan to do this year. Drift into him. Got him. Yeah, I would like to do Doom as well. Because I really love Doom 2016. That one's not like a super high priority though. Like that one I'm okay with getting at discount later on. But yeah, I do want to play Doom, the new Doom. I'd have to stream Doom 2016 first anyways. And that one's coming out like today, isn't it? Or soonish, because it's coming out when the new Animal Crossing comes out. I know that because memes. Okay, so we gotta get that open. Yep, good year for games, bad year for literally everything else. Like everything else might be complete shit, but hey, at least we got good games coming out. Right.
We now have direct confirmation of a disruptor in our midst. One who has acquired an almost messianic reputation in the minds of certain citizens. His figure is synonymous with the darkest urges of instinct, ignorance, and decay. Some of the worst excesses of the Black Mesa incident have been laid directly at his feet.
Yep.
And yet unsophisticated minds continue to imbue him with romantic power, giving him such dangerous poetic labels as the one free man, the opener of the way. Let me remind all citizens of the dangers of magical thinking. We have scarcely begun to climb from the dark pit of our species' evolution. Let us not slide backward into oblivion, just as we have finally begun to see the light. If you see this so-called free man, report him. Civic deeds do not go unrewarded, and contrariwise, complicity with his cause will not go unpunished. Be wise. Be safe. Be aware.
No, I haven't played any of the Crusader Kings games. Actually, now I think about it, Mountain Blade 2, I think, is coming out soonish. Rip that guy. Okay, we've got grenades. Sure, this is where we keep our ammo. Okay, so grenades are on 5. Man. Grenades. So if you right click. Okay, so a right click is a short grenade toss. Okay, I'm not sure if that has any significance. But yeah, I love Mountain Blade. Yeah, the first one. And I'm not exactly sure why either, because it's such a weird janky game. It looks like it was an indie project in 2001. Yeah, I played the shit out of it too. Like I think I have like 200 hours on it in Steam, and a lot of it is just playing the dumb like quick battle option. Like I'm not even doing the real game. I'm just loading up a quick battle where, hey, you're a dude on a horse with the lance. Now go run over these guys with your horse. And I just played that for like 200 hours. I'm not proud of it. Like that and audio surf are my weird PC gaming guilty pleasures. Like I'm curious. All right, I'm curious. How many hours do I have on Mountain Blade? Mountain Blade. Okay, 23 hours. Not quite 200, but you know, a lot more than you'd think. Oh jeez. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go over to the left. Over here, then over here. Yep, okay. Nope, still there. Maybe you forgot that I was over here. Can I, Alright.
Unit deserviced. Remaining unit contained.
Unit deserviced. Yeah, the echoes are weird. So they use a different audio subsystem in this than they did in the first one, but they still keep some of the weird reverb effects in this. Oh, so yeah, just like the first game. Sometimes it's just better to use the pistol for accuracy. Also, my rifle reloaded itself in my inventory. Okay. Alright, that's one way to do it. Ah yes, that alarm sound. I remember that sound well from my old college apartment, where some idiot would set off that fire alarm multiple times a week because they would have to smoke in the stairway for some reason. Every week, like clockwork. It's probably the same guy too. Fucking hell. Just go outside to smoke. Don't smoke in the fucking hallway. Yeah, like 3 giant boxes of grenades, and then of course they don't use any of them on me because they are video game enemies. So that said, I might as well use them too. There's a big box of grenades right there. They are smart enough to get on mounted guns. Nice throw. Go after that. plank in here. Oh, or not. Or get shot through.
Critical attention. Warning. Vital signs critical.
Okay, this is fine. Alright, 8 health. We're good. We're great. Doing great. Okay. Look at that. No problem. Wasn't worried. Yeah, I've heard good things about Spec Ops: The Line, about at least the storytelling in that game, and that one's on the. That one, like many others, is on the backlog to-do list. I think I have that on PC, and if not, we just do the 360 version, I guess. Okay. I knew this area was a little too quiet going through it. Okay. I parked my boat over there. Did you play it on hard because you liked it enough to play it on hard? Or just one that you went, ah, fuck it, this one. Start off on hard. I know I played at least one game just from the get-go on hard, but I can't remember which one. Someday we'll get to that Shenmue 3 hard playthrough. Surprising amount of damage for a section I'm supposed to go through. Yeah, Alien Isolation. So I played maybe 20 minutes, I think, of Alien Isolation. I liked what I saw of it from the start. Oh god, my health. I'm looking forward to, oh my god. Some health would be amazing right now. One HP, no problem. 1 HP in a dream. There's Lambda over there. Easy, no problem. Looks like that's revolver shots. All right, no problem. Okay. Yeah, I used to almost always play things on easy just as I wanted to get through games as stress-free as I could. But then I don't know when I realized it, but at some point I realized like I'm probably not getting the full gameplay experience as the developers intended by playing through it on anything that isn't the default or normal difficulty. So that's when I started switching over to stuff like medium and normal. Because kind of the hard modes generally aren't recommended for first playthroughs either. So I know a few people that will only ever play on the extreme hardest mode, even if it completely ruins the game for them. Like, Like, I'm gonna play this game on extreme difficulty, which is only meant for people who beaten the game and mastered it multiple times. I'm gonna play that right from the start, and then think this game is complete shit. And then complain about it the whole time, and then stop halfway through. And, man, don't do that. Don't do that in your playthroughs. I know time is limited, but come on. Sucks on easy? Yeah. Well, it's primarily like a survival horror, right? Spooky game. Like I've been looking into a way to do heart monitoring for whenever we get to something that's actually scary. And Alien Isolation is actually going to be the test case for that, because I know that one is spooky. The brief amount of time that I played of it scared the shit out of me. What? Oh, that was a grenade. I'm supposed to go here. Assuming I can't. Oh shit! Probably a bad place to quick save. But yeah, the androids with the weird glowy eyes. Yeah, the damage that I would take in that game would be to my underwear from shitting a brick, and also my blood pressure. Yeah, walking simulator, yep, and it's also got a VR mode apparently, and oh man. That sounds like the worst time. So I guess the Resident Evil 7 would probably be a similar comparison. Something else shot me here. We got that revolver now, but I'm guessing ammo for that thing is probably going to be so limited that, yeah, we have 18 shots for it. Yeah, the farthest I got in Alien before I just stopped and did something else was when you get the tool that lets you like ratchet open things, which is not very far into the game. So that is exactly how far. I didn't even get to the part with the alien, and it creeped me out so much that I just stopped playing. Okay. Alright, let's solve this problem with that. Don't roll towards me. No. Okay. Whew. The game's long. Okay. Yep. I figured. Look. You gonna try in VR? Yeah, so it has VR support, but it's built into a debug mode in the game, and it doesn't have official support. Like they made it as like a test mode or something, so it's it doesn't work well. Oh, that's not what I... Whoop. Helicopter. Okay. No, for VR horror games, you need like wet spaghetti suspended above the ceiling that slowly descends on you or something. For the real bad time. Just have somebody with like a big old wet lasagna noodle that they throw at you, or like a fish. Now that would get you. Yeah, you need either people helping, or you need like an Arduino or something with hooks into the game code for like, there's something nearby making noise. Better start up the servo attached to the spaghetti machine. All right, that looks like over here. All right, how are we doing on ammo? Okay. There you go. There's the free idea for all you entrepreneurs out there. So VR, what the? Okay. I thought that was a waterfall. All right, time to Tony Hawk our way over here. Perfect. Yeah, the FOV revolting, yeah, that's because of the weird hack together thing for it. They didn't get the FOV one-to-one with what it would be with the headset, and yeah, I remember that being a problem with their implementation. And it's the same thing for, there's a third-party program that you could use to convert regular games into VR games. And that has the same problem. It has, well, one, it has aiming reticule problems for like first-person games, because, and it's the same problem that like NVIDIA's 3D Vision had back in the day, when you had to use a weird laser sight for aiming. And then the FOV wasn't matched with the headset FOV, and then shadows wouldn't render correctly with the third-party program. because I know I tried out Fallout 4 with this VR conversion program, and I think Skyrim, even though those eventually got proper VR versions of the games. But yeah, it did not work well. This looks like I could probably turn around for goodies back there. Or not. Yeah, trespass. Actually, there's actually a DOS era VR headset. It's called the VFX1. And they actually had support for it in like Quake and Half-Life. And it was a full headset. It had little CRT screens inside of it. It was made by a company called Forte, and it actually had a 6 Degree of Freedom puck controller. So you could look around at the game world and then also have this single puck controller that has like a trigger on it and some other buttons for doing things. Oh, this is not stuck. Yeah, Jaguar VR. So yeah, there is stuff that predates VR headsets that predates like Oculus and Vive and Steam VR, and they're neat. Like I know I remember seeing stuff about the Forte VFX1 in like PC Gamer magazine back in the day, but I've never seen one in the wild. Like that's something they would have had at the. Oh, I thought those were ropes at the. That those guys were rappelling down. I thought, hey, I'll run over this Combine guy as he rappels down in front of me. Nope. Yoink. Yeah, it's mostly publications. I actually think that, oh, this is probably supposed to be open here. I think that issue of PC Gamer with the VFX1 thing is actually on archive.org. Oh, is this how you get up to it? Oh. Oh, that's how you get around the boat. Okay. Got direct hit by a missile, I guess. And I think there might be some YouTube videos for the VFX1 out there. Okay. Yeah, it's just one of those things that you can't really experience until you try it for yourself. I think it also worked in Descent. I think that was another of the natively supported games with the VFX. And man, that would probably be quite nausea-inducing. Especially on such old hardware. I remember this puzzle. I don't know why, but I distinctly remember this from 98 and like having trouble with it. Or I guess 2004. Having trouble with this puzzle. Okay. Yeah, Descent was hard to play. Like, I can see the appeal of Descent. Here. Okay, so it looks like this will only pick up the front of it. And it's also tied to this. Maybe this raises up this? See that? I can see why I was confused in 2004, because 2020 me doesn't get this either. Okay, that does that. Okay, so we push that onto this to physics that, I guess. Okay. Ah, okay. Make a ramp. Got it. Yeah, I think we still have another Descent game to do in PS Explosion, Descent Maximum. I already did, I think like a quarter of the original Descent on PlayStation, and it was really making me motion sick playing that one, so I had to call that one. Likely going to be a similar story with Descent Maximum.
Hey! You're Freeman, aren't you?
Well, I wouldn't believe it if I couldn't see it with my own eyes. Dr. Gordon Freeman himself.
Okay. So these guys have different uniforms.
You're just in time, Doc. We gotta move out before the Combine picks us up. We're just getting ready to pull out.
You better hurry. Gotta tear down this camp and...
Greetings to the Freeman.
Sounds like, oh, jeez.
I'll show you what you're up against.
Sounds like a World of Warcraft character. That's like the,
Come on, get in here.
It wasn't the goblins. It wasn't the orcs.
Here, take a look at this. This here's the dam. It's just up ahead.
Trolls,
Realized
yeah,
hideout is
trolls.
Here, a stone's throw from the apron and nestled in the old hydro plant. But getting there, with that hunter chopper on your ass, next to impossible.
All right.
Good news is, the Vortigaunt's working his magic on your airboat, so you'll have a little more firepower going forward. I think he's just finishing up now. Go on out.
Okay, so we gotta head that way down to there. Got it. Got a gun.
There we are. That gun came off one of the same hunter choppers that you're up against. I always like to bring a little irony to a firefight. Take that chopper down, and you should be able to tear on through to Eli's place.
The Freeman will accept this weapon or suffer greatly on the road ahead.
Okay. I'm not gonna turn down a free gun. Yep, alright.
Freedom!
Give him hell, Doc.
No, none of that. None of the green. Alright. Get wrecked. Man, this really gives those a business. Oh, I have limited ammo. Time for some trip hop. Very appropriate music for airboat battles. getting off on that. This spot over here. Yeah, he gave us a gun and also put a boombox, just like in Steel Battalion. I can take the airboat over here. Okay. I was wondering why this is a ramp. Ah. But yeah, it looks like we're probably going to finish up the Half-Life playthroughs a few days in advance of Alex releasing. And then we're pretty close to finishing up Hotel Dusk as well. There's only a few chapters left of that one. So we'll probably be able to get in that Saturn game. And I haven't checked the poll for that lately. And then after that is La Milana, then another Saturn game. And then I was thinking about, like, I'm thinking really far ahead here, but I was thinking about what I was going to do after that. And it's been a while since we've done an NES game. Oh, we should go down. That's it. Okay. And I don't know, maybe something short. So I was thinking something like maybe. Oh, there's G-Man again. Okay. I was thinking something maybe like Punch-Out. Like that kind of short. Burning Ranges and Nights, yep. Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that that Panzer Dragoon Saga was not higher up in the voting. And I see that has not changed, but we'll get to it eventually. I am practically blind with Punch-Out, and I know it's going to be a pain in the ass, but we'll see. And I am going to use like use level passwords. Like once I get to a level, it's not like I'm going to start over from the very top if I game over. I have to get to the passwords first, but Punch-Out is definitely on my bucket list of NES games. And I think it's like a 10-minute speedrun. So clearly I should be able to beat it in less than an hour, right? How hard can it be? Surely it can't be that difficult. Just gonna be whiffing the barrels. Okay, so we're going over here. If I can. Yep, alright. Skyrim over here. skip that whole section, I guess. Oh, this weird red reflection on the ooze there. So I don't remember this at all when I played this. Luckily, shooting the tire counts as the rest of it. Okay. Have to go over there. Metal Slater Glory. Never heard of it. Yeah. Where do I go from here? Maybe I have to get on foot and go between those, or... Oh, what's this? I think I might have to abandon my boat here. Weird translation? Well, if the mapper works on the NES EverDrive, then I'll be able to play it on hardware. But I'm pretty sure nearly everything works on NES EverDrive now. Though I am hesitant to take out the SD card to update it on mine, because man, my NES is like, if you even so much as breathe in the direction of the NES, it'll just stop reading cartridges. Like when I first installed all my RGB stuff in it, it took like 2 hours maybe of screwing around and trying to clean the connector and reseating it and trying to get everything working. Like I didn't want to pay money for the blinking light win, because I knew I was just going to have a flash card, and once it was in there I was never going to remove it. But even then it was still a struggle trying to get that thing to cooperate. And never mind the fact that I had to buy two Nintendos, so just like my PSIO problems right now, I had a similar problem with my NES and the RGB mod, that I completely cooked the motherboard and destroyed the CPU of my NES the first time I tried to install the RGB mod on it. Oh man, what a pain in the ass. And I wouldn't have even done that mod if I'd known the Mister would have been a thing. I wouldn't have done the mod, and I wouldn't have gotten the flash card if I knew I could have just used a Mister. That image isn't loading for me. All I see is poop on Discord. That's some high-res poop, though. So good on the NES, being able to render that. this was a cool encounter. Got him. Okay. Dude, that was way cooler than anything in the first Half-Life. Though granted, you couldn't really do something to this scale in the first one, but man, cool sequence. Okay, so now we're heading to the dam. Oh yeah, that looks good for NES. That almost looks like that PC Engine game. Yep, pressing one button and taking out 4 Marines with a grenade launcher. A bit more exciting. I think if you change the extension to GIF rather than GIF-B on that link, it might animate. I think sometimes that works. Just climb up there. Yeah, there you go. Huh. Yeah, that's really impressive for NES. I assume that's just a cutscene, though. Is there another helicopter? Or is that just... Oh, the game's a visual novel. Got it. Visual novel, huh? I got any revolver ammo since... Yeah, I don't know if I'm full up on it or what. Or if that's just what you get. A revolver. Yeah, I am full... Okay, I should be using the revolver, I guess. Also, fuck these. Fuck these shelves. Oh, Hal made it. Nice. Iwata's company. No, I can see him. It's animating for me. I just don't think GIF-Vs work unless you change the extension. Like, I know for WebM looping things like that, if you just paste them in as is, they don't work, but if you change the extension to the WebM to GIF, it will work. Or I think for Twitter and Discord, I want to say. I think I'm supposed to keep the airboat with me? So that's where the boss fight was. Or... what? I don't know if I'm supposed to be up here. Sure. Alright, airboat. Don't think this is supposed to be up here. Supposed to be the dam. Alright, perfect. Nailed it again. I'm 2 for 2. I did my sick airboat trick, and now we can progress the plot here. Yeah, the airboat might as well be a character in this game. That, and I think we get a car later? Like a dune buggy?
Something. Okay, it's human. Hello? Take it easy in there. You're safe now. You'll have to forgive the scanning process. We can't take any chances.
All right.
Freeman? Gordon Freeman? Is that you? You've made it here this quickly. Well, Eli is going to be amazed, not to mention relieved. I'm Dr. Mossman, Dr. Judith Mossman. I've been hearing about you since long before the Black Mesa incident. Oh, Black Mesa. I do so envy you working with Eli and Dr. Kleiner when they were at the top of their field. Ah, there we go. You can come through now.
All right.
I'll take you down to Eli right away. He would never forgive me if I kept you waiting. We could certainly use the extra help around here. We've covered a lot of ground in the last few months, but things would go so much faster if we had more people with your training. Hurry up, Dr. Freeman. We're closing in on a reliable local teleport technology, something the Combine still hasn't mastered. Eli thinks their portals are string-based, similar to our Calabi-Yau model, but they've failed to factor in the dark energy equations. They can tunnel through from their universe, but once they're here, they're dependent on local transportation. If they knew what we were doing with entanglement... Oh. Listen to me. I sound like a postdoc. I'm just so excited to think that we'll finally have the chance to work together. Where was I? Oh, yes. Dr. Kleiner compressed the Zen relay far beyond anything he imagined at Black Mesa. We've figured out how to use Zen as an unexpressed axis, effectively a dimensional slingshot, so we can swing around the border world and come back in local space without having to pass through.
I see.
Oh, here's Eli now.
All right, good. You keep right up.
Eli, look who I found in the airlock.
That's the same sound as
Freeman.
Half-Life 1.
Let me get a look at you, man. My God, you haven't changed one iota. How do you do it? Now, let's see. The last time I saw you, I sent you up for help after the resonance cascade. I never thought it would take you this long to get back to me.
So he was right outside
Anyway, it's not Black
the lab
Mesa,
then.
But it served us well enough.
It's going to be a lot more like Black Mesa with Gordon here to help.
Right you are. MIT graduates are few and far between these days. We'll get you out of that hazard suit and back into your lab coat where you belong.
Let me just finish up some work and I'll see what I can dig up. Dr. Freeman, it's been a real honor. I'm looking forward to working together.
Feel free to look around. remember my wife Ozian, don't you? That picture and Alex were all I managed to carry out of Black Mesa.
Yep.
We've almost got that portal working again. But I wouldn't blame you if you didn't volunteer for the next trial run.
Yep.
Oh, Gordon! The Vortigaunt said you were here. I can't believe you made it so quickly on foot.
I believe he broke
Portal.
your record, honey.
Well, he earned it. I guess you proved
7-hour
you can handle
war.
yourself out there.
There's nothing Gordon can't handle, with the possible exception of you.
Dad, please.
All right.
Take a look at this, Gordon.
Wow.
Alex! I thought you were on watch. The Vortigaunts relieved me so I could come see Gordon. Anyway, I should be in here working on the portal.
I have the repairs well in hand. Someone misjudged the capacity of the Combine thyristor.
Oh, geez.
Are you blaming me?
No, not at all. It was a calculation error, not a mechanical problem.
Then maybe you should let me do the calculations next time as well as installing it.
Alex, really? Sometimes I think you deliberately misunderstand me.
Alex, why don't you take Gordon along and give him some practice with the gravity gun?
Sure. Come on, Gordon.
Sure.
Let's go have some fun.
The 0-point
Yeah.
field manipulator is not a toy, Alex.
Ugh, let's get out of here.
Okay. Gravity gun. Now this turns into Half-Life 2.
So I see you met Dr. Mossman. She's one of the main reasons I spend so much time outside. You should hear her drone on about how it should have been her in the Black Mesa test chamber that day. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking behind her back. It just gets a bit claustrophobic down here. That's the old passage to Ravenholm. We don't go there anymore.
Foreshadowing. I distinctly remember going to Ravenholm. Okay. And where the game's tone changes pretty drastically. Nice. Nice.
So, here we are. The scrapyard.
Who, Alex or
This is a gravity gun my father was
or
talking
Mossman?
about. You can call it the 0-point energy field manipulator if you really want to. It's designed for handling hazardous materials, but we mainly use it for heavy lifting. Give it a try.
Okay.
The primary trigger emits a charge. You can punch stuff and send it flying. I found it handy for clearing minefields.
Alright. So we can pull stuff from really far away.
The secondary trigger lets you grab things. You can throw them with the primary. Once you've picked something up, you can drop it gently by pressing your secondary trigger again. After you stop, you toss it.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
You can also pull stuff over from a distance. Try grabbing those barrels from that ledge up there.
Choose either with a different company or
All right.
was like in a different department maybe.
See if you can stack some stuff to climb up here.
Oh, geez, did I?
Try stacking some things. Grab something with your secondary trigger,
Nothing.
then press the same trigger again to drop.
Okay, Alex. Yep, tutorial. So in Half-Life Alyx, you can the gravity manipulation thing is just built into, I think, one of your hands. So you always have access to this.
Now let me call Dog. He loves to play fetch. Dog, come.
Yep, that's a dog.
Good doggy. Gordon, this is Dog.
EOG.
My dad built him to protect me when I was a kid.
D0G.
First model was about yay high. I've been adding to him ever since. Haven't I, boy? Okay, Dog, let's play catch with Gordon. You'll need to use the gravity gun. Go ahead, Dog. Throw.
I need to use the gravity gun, huh?
Throw another, Dog. Awesome. Another one, Dog. Go ahead, Dog. Throw.
Well, not quite.
Excellent. Dog, go get your ball.
Gobi. Okay.
Throw it, Dog.
What about simulating the rest of the season? Or about one of the players finding out about the cancellation while playing Fortnite or something dumb? The season is gonna get resumed because they'd be losing way too much money if they didn't, and they are all about the money. It's just gonna resume in like 45 days.
Good throw. Okay, Gordon, let's try something else.
Yeah, most of the players in the league play Fortnite. And some of them even stream. It's kind of weird seeing these guys with like 1 million Instagram followers that apparently have like...
No, boy.
They get like 20 viewers on Twitch playing Fortnite. It's bizarre.
What was that?
Like,
Scanners!
I'll never get that. Oh,
Hotline sweeping the area. Gotta head back to the lab. Come on, Gordon.
oh, scanners. Okay. Well, here's the weird thing with the NBA and esports is that they spent a shitload of money on like putting together these professional esports 2K NBA 2K teams. Like they actually have those.
What's going on in there?
And they should be leveraging them
Scrapyard airlock stuck in a full auto cycle.
for exactly this, but they're not.
He's right here.
Good. I want you to...
Oh.
Dad?
Take Gordon out of here. Head for the coast. Do not go through Rape.
Dad? Dad!
All right.
Damn it!
Don't go to the rave.
Open the airlock. Get us out of here.
Yeah, Premier League. Yep.
Tear it apart if you
Well, my college basketball team went nearly undefeated and had their best season in the history of the school. They were projected to make it almost to the end of the big March Madness tournament, and that tournament's been completely canceled this year. It's just not going to happen. And this was their one fucking year that they had a chance of actually making it to the end of the tournament.
Get out of here. I can't leave my father.
Ugh.
Dog, take Gordon to the Ravenholm Tunnel, then circle around and try to meet up with me. Hurry!
All right. Ravenholm, huh? Okay. April Madness. No, they're completely just shutting it down. They just aren't going to do it. From all indications that I've heard. Only one L. Yeah, my college team went like the best they did was 29-0, and they ended the season like 33-2. which is crazy. Like most college teams don't go undefeated that long. This is... It's gonna shoot me. And yeah, both my NBA teams, the LA Clippers and LA Lakers, they're both having great seasons for once, and now that all's just in jeopardy now too. It sucks, but hey, they did the right thing shutting it down. Is this supposed to open? Is there something in the way? Oh, it's just... Okay, it's very slowly opening. Okay. Alright. Yep, safety first. For something as virulent as this. Just... like in the... I went to a few NBA games this year, and you're like... You are very close to a whole lot of people all at once. And everybody's yelling, clapping hands. That is like... That's such a bad situation for something as virulent as that. And then there's a lot of talk about like, oh man, it's a 1% or 4% fatality rate. What's the big deal? Like, it's actually a lot higher than that. Especially for the demographics that would attend that game. And it's not like, oh, young people aren't going to be in any trouble. No big deal. No, there's accounts from hospitals that like extremely healthy 20-year-olds are on ventilators from this thing. So it's not like being young or healthy is gonna necessarily save you. Okay, so they give you all these saw blades here, and they want you to use this thing for doing that. This part. See if you need to open, yeah. And for me, it's not like I can get in a car and go down to San Diego to get away from this, because San Diego is where they're keeping all of the federal quarantine patients. And then my part of the Bay Area, the Central Coast, has had cases since February that they just haven't disclosed until very recently. So it's like, shit, I got nowhere to go to escape this if I wanted to. All right, so this is where the game kind of turns into a horror, if I remember correctly. This is very different. But yep, this is...
For it was said they had become like these peculiar demons which dwell in matter, but in whom no light may be found.
Yeah, that's also the problem. Like, it's how many degrees of separation are you from somebody who would be extremely vulnerable from this? And, yeah. And yeah, the whole toilet paper thing, like, goddamn. I was gonna buy some toilet paper a month or so ago, and I thought, nah, I don't need to stock up, I'm good. And now, I have no idea whenever I'm gonna be able to buy toilet paper again. Like, shit. But hey, I got 2 hands and there's a shower right next to the toilet, so we good. And also, Jack in the Box keeps giving me a bunch of napkins every time I go there. So if worse comes to worse, I got some napkins. Oh man. These goddamn hoarders, though, buying all the toilet paper. Like, I was at the grocery store yesterday getting stuff. Everything else totally stocked up and ready to go into the grocery store, except for just toilet paper. It's just completely bare shelf there for toilet paper. Ah, for fuck's sake. I laugh now. Well, let me just say that it would be nothing new to me to have to get creative with toilet paper. I too was a college student once.
May they become like dust before the wind. May the angel of the Lord pursue them.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, turn that 3-ply. I am cheap. I get the 2-ply. Like I don't need that fancy ass 3-ply. Bring back bidets, yeah. Those are probably gonna get more common as the world's forced to get more eco-conscious. And that's another thing that's gonna be interesting to see is the data for like emissions. Once this hopefully blows over in a while, to see like if there was, I know there's already been some data points already. Nope, shooting at me.
What? Who is this? Another life to save? I'll keep my eye on you. More than that, I cannot promise.
All right. That looks I'm guessing ammo is going to be super scarce. For this whole area. Yeah, Father Gregory. Play 12. Yeah, I usually go for the 4-pack. Like, since I live alone, like, I don't see the point of getting anything more than a 4-pack for myself personally. And my current 4-pack has lasted me for like a month and a half, but now I'm getting down to a little too close. And it just happened to fucking coincide with all the panic buying. Oh, these are for... Okay, these are for the traps. Yeah. probably turn off that one here. Let's go in there. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break for a couple minutes here. I'll be back with more Half-Life 2. Stay tuned. Alright. I took quick toilet paper stock, and I've got three in the bag here, one below my sink, and then a half roll on the thing. So I might be good, actually. And this is the nice cottonelle quilted, 425 plus sheets per mega roll, 2-ply, septic safe, unscented bathroom tissue. Nice. 271.7 square feet / pies 2. What even? Sure. 25.2 square meters. There we go. Boom. I'm good on toilet paper. I don't have to worry about that anymore. I actually was sincerely worried about it. Actually. I'm glad it's not going to be a problem. Okay. Back to it. Well, shit, I really, really, really don't want to run out of toilet paper, and it seems it's not going to be a problem now, so. Good. And I've got my other doomsday supplies coming in, like, so it's recommended that if you do come down with it, that you have both Advil and Tylenol. Yeah, I suppose I could sell these. Get on Craigslist and see who wants to buy some toilet paper. We'll trade one roll of toilet paper for Final Fantasy VII Remake. For the record, I'm not going to do that. I'm not a scumbag. Plus, that's my toilet paper. I need it. But yeah, you want both Advil and Tylenol so that you can rotate them to get the fever down. And then you gotta hydrate, so stay hydrated. Need the IRL hydration bot. About zinc? Nah. Like the recommendations I saw from an RN was Advil and Tylenol to rotate between every 3 hours so that you don't overdose on one of the two. A humidifier if you've got it. If you don't, then turn on a hot shower and breathe in the steam to keep your lungs from scarring. Because they're going to scar anyways, because that's just one of the things COVID does. But to minimize it, you want to be breathing in very humid air. Okay. And then a cough suppressant, of your choice. And then that's it. And if you have trouble breathing, that's when you need to go to the ER. Because that's one of the things it does, is it impairs lung function, and that's what will kill you, if it does kill you. Because then you need to be put on a ventilator to help out your lungs. Okay, so these things are different kind of head crab, I think, that I believe poisons you, I would say. That's what their gimmick is. This one. So yeah, I went on Amazon, I ordered some, a box of Tylenol, box of Advil. So with that, toilet paper, and then I think I got some long life water filters from my water filter thing for drinking water. And a big crate of Soylent. And now I'm good. I don't have to leave the house for... Whenever those come in, I don't have to leave the house for months if I don't want to. Which is not that much different than usual. To be honest. That is how I normally roll. Yep, the old Soylent bunker. Yep. Because my neighbors already think I'm crazy, because the only times I open my window are for when I'm doing soldering, and they think I'm like making bombs or something. Oh boy.
Well done, brother. Make free use of my traps, but take care not to fall in them yourself. Behind you! In Ravenholm, you do well to be vigilant.
Alright. Good talk. Yep. Well, most of the people around me are either retirees or they're Google employees that are now in work from home mode. that seriously not work? So luckily I have a pretty quiet neighborhood. Which is why I'm not looking forward so much to moving to LA later in the year. Oh. It's easy. Because wherever I go in LA, it's likely going to be nowhere near as quiet as here. Man, almost had ammo. Well, I guess this is why they make you use melee here. Well, I used to live in LA. I'm actually going to move to the same area that I've lived in before. The traffic is only bad if you have to use the freeways, which is pretty much everybody, but I didn't have to. I just stayed in the same area. And yeah, the air quality, not amazing. The gravity gun, I believe, I'm left clicking right now and right clicking. Doesn't do anything. It doesn't work on organic targets. So yeah, they intend for you to use environmental damage for the gravity gun for this section. Okay, so I'm probably supposed to write that up to get to there. Didn't realize that what's up immediately. But yeah, I'm hoping the pandemic stuff doesn't complicate my search for housing in LA. Is that might be a big issue. Oh, all that for this. Okay. I guess sure. Health is health, I'll take it. Okay. Close this door? No. Oh, up there. Oh, you're supposed to... Oh. I see.
Better and better. I am Father Gregory. You have already met my congregation.
Okay. Sure. Is it the head crabs or the people cut in half on meat hooks?
Ah, it is you, brother. I apologize. But no harm done. My bullets are the least of your concerns.
Oh. Alright. Got my back. Oh.
Remember your true face.
Not letting me. Eh? Enough. Another one down there. Not sure if I can even hit that from here. Okay. Good. Oh geez. Oh geez. Hey. Stop. Stop. These ones aren't poisonous yet, I guess. Hey. Eh? I might have had to... Eh?
Although they call me crazy, I care not, for thou art my helper, my strength, and...
Yeah. BB 5TA 7M Sir Cool A gun Nike. Got it. Nice. Yeah. Where'd my saw blade go? This. Yeah. I'm not sure if you can bounce it along walls. Can I? Oh. No, it does not bounce. Okay. Oh, hello. Bye. Give me that back, though. get up there. I need to jump on top of that, I guess. That's just health. Don't need that. Man. The guy made it all the way up here just crawling. Guess I might as well get this one here. Okay. Yeah, this whole section, like it's not creeping me out now. It did when I originally played it. I don't know, maybe it might have been because I played this on a CRT when it came out and everything was darker just because CRT. And maybe because, what the hell? No way. It's this immortal head crab.
Here, brother! Come closer. You've stirred up hell. A man after my own heart. Here, I have a more suitable gun for you. You'll need it. Catch! Good. Now, keep it close. My advice to you is, aim for the head. Hush. They come. There is no rest in Ravenhorn. Move on and I will meet you at the church.
Okay.
Woe betide thee, child.
Yeah. Inclusion of an audience would make it less scary. Not really. Like you've seen how I react to some of these jump scares. No, I think it's probably a lighting thing, and also maybe because I played this one before. Because playing on a CRT compared to an OLED, it's like a 20-ish% difference in perceived brightness. Oh, also, by the way, I watched a video today about this year's OLEDs from LG. So if anybody's thinking about a display upgrade, there's going to be a 48-inch version of the LG OLED TVs. I have a 55 2018 model that I'm playing this on, which is amazing. But apparently the 2020 models are going to have 4K 120 Hertz support, and also the lag on the TVs is so low that it is equivalent to like a small gaming computer monitor. And plus you get the benefit of this big ass OLED. Yeah, I have a 55-inch OLED, and now they're finally making a 48-inch version. And I actually, for a little bit, I had the 55-inch OLED on my desk, like that far away from my eyes on the desk, and I was able to use it just fine, like on a desk. I know this sounds crazy, but these big ass TVs are actually totally acceptable to use on a desk. And cost-wise, that TV would cost about as much as like a 32-inch or 35-inch gaming monitor. And the OLED will look better. It'll be bigger, and it'll have similar performance to those. I did that. Dang it. And as always, if you are considering them, don't get them at full price. Wait for a sale. Like, I think the one that I have would have been 2,300 new. What is that? But I waited until the newer, oh geez, models are coming out, and I got mine for less than half the price. And that advice also applies to any kind of big TV like that. Always wait for sales on the TVs, because there will always be one. Because they're just so big that they really are incentivized. Stores are really incentivized to move them out of the warehouse. So they will cut the shit out of that price if they need to get them out of the warehouse. So that said, this TV hasn't been completely problem-free. I had to open it up and replace the power supply in it myself. Like, I could have had a tech do it, but it was easy enough to do myself. And that's not something you should be doing with a $2,000+ TV. I had to go on freaking eBay and replace the power supply. Bring this in, yeah, I guess. I hear it. Where are you? Oh. Oh, there you are. Aren't you trying it? Stop it. Yeah, I have my OLED set to half-ish brightness. And the weird thing with OLEDs is that the brightness of the picture depends on what color it's showing. Like, if I have my OLED set to display like a full screen white image, it gets noticeably darker, and you can also feel the heat coming off of the display. It's bizarre. Like, if I have a fully black screen except for like one small section has lit pixels on it, I can move my hand over the lit pixels and feel that that part is warm on the TV rather than the rest of the panel. And yeah, people always, like, on forums or whatever, or Twitter, bring up, like, oh, your TV's gonna get burning if you use it for games. Well, I've been using this thing since, I think November 2018 is when I got this TV, and I've been using it literally every day for probably 12-ish hours a day. And I have zero burn-in on it. And it's just been playing games non-stop on it. Oh, jeez.
Blood toxin levels detected. Automatic medical systems.
Okay. Now this is getting real here. Okay. Oh, jeez. They're just coming out of the woodwork now. There's some barrels over here, weren't there? This, yeah, there we go. Of course. Fuck. Well, I do that, Bunny. And that's the same exact argument I see from other people online about it. And I have zero burn-in on the spots where I've had game HUDs and UI. I have the Windows taskbar is quite literally on my OLED for the past, was it over a year? It's like 16 months, 18 months at this point. None. Zero burn-in. They figured out burn-in with it, at least the 2018 models and forward. It used to be an issue with like 2016 and 2017 models, but not so anymore. Alright, how do I get through here? I'm assuming I gotta get up there. Well, I figured for the thing right in front of me. I assumed for the shambling zombies, it was a similar thing where in the first Half-Life they had the double swing. So if you just hit them once and then backed off while they finished the double swipe. And it looks like these guys only have the single swipe. And I'm not even sprinting or anything. Yeah, just give him the bonk. Okay, is this some... Alright, there's a turn handle over there. So I have to get over there, I guess. You have to check for each primary color and black and white. And I have checked all of those. At 100% OLED light on mine. I think those photos are actually on my Twitter too, because I took a picture of it. But you gotta turn up the OLED light to 100% and then check full red, full green, full blue, because those are the diodes. And then there's also a white. There's 4 OLED diodes. So you gotta check RGB and W. And then fully black. Fully black isn't gonna show you anything because the black just means the diodes are turned off. So that won't tell you anything. Oh, the little black ones. Yeah, those ones are super aggressive. But it seems like once they come after you, they back off their AI for a little bit. I'm surprised these guys don't have the double swipe that they had in the first game. Later, Gander. Have a good one. Okay, so what did this accomplish other than opening that? Huh. So we have this, but oh, that's a platform we jump to. Okay, got it. That's what that's for. Okay. Yeah, just circle straight around these guys. Man, are they just infinite spawns? Well, the thing for minimizing burn-in on OLEDs, specifically OLEDs, is that if you have the power, for anything else it would be backlight, but for OLEDs it's called OLED power. If you have that set over like 80%, that's when you run the risk of it. Anything below that, and for whatever, it doesn't like overdrive them and cause burn-in. And for me personally, anything above like 60% of my TV hurts my eyes from how like bright it is. So I'm perfectly fine to keep in mind at lower output anyways. So it looks like there's maybe there's a ladder inside here that I can... That's not a door. Okay, so there's something up there, maybe? What the hell? How do I... Alright, deal for two. And yeah, as a gaming monitor, even the one I'm using now has... Oh, can I just do this? Aha! This... Like the lag is low enough on even this model, which has like 36 milliseconds of lag. Apparently the new ones have 10 milliseconds of lag, which is low enough to not really be perceptible anymore. Because apparently the LG engineer that I saw an interview with said that the input lag is low enough on them that they're reaching the theoretical limits of what they can do with the 120 hertz refresh on their panels. So there's not even much they can do anymore with those things. Besides go up to like 240. Alright. Jumping puzzles, my favorite. Lots of shotguns. Alright, glad this section's over. Close enough over.
Woe betide thee, child. How came you here, brother? This is the wrong side of town for you. Did I not tell you to seek the church? Mend your ways before it is too late.
Alright, could have used this shortcut earlier. Oh, alright. I know, right? Why can't Father Gregory back me up for the whole game? Oh, that's right, you can pick up health items. Take the table. With the gravity gun. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hello. Nice. Well, that was satisfying, but some items would have been nice here. Okay. Nice. Alright, the door will save me. Whew. Okay. Oh man. Sounds like an angry cat. Yeah. Alright, still heading for the church. See? Yeah. Easy. No problem. Oh man. What is the problem is ammo, right? Okay. We're going up there. I'll probably use these for that. See you. Okay, fine, sure. Door will save me. Okay. Right. Right. Okay, I want you to be using this here. Hello? Father?
Ah, there you are! At last! I will send the cart for you, brother. It will be but a moment. Patience, brother. Guard yourself well.
Very difficult. What? Now that you can see these moving, to tell which one they're coming up.
Now, brother, step into the cart! The handbrake, brother. Release it and come down.
Brother. Man, I don't remember this part at all. Like, I remember the Ravenholm part, but not not the church part here.
Greetings, brother. And so we meet at last.
Brother.
You are to be commended for avoiding my traps. The work of a man who once had too much time on his hands and now finds time for nothing but the work of salvation. I suspect you have little wish to remain in Ravenholm, so I will show you to the mines. As for me, a shepherd must tend to his flock, especially when they have grown unruly. Follow me, brother, and tread lightly, for this is hallowed ground. Over here, brother.
So that's it for supplies. Okay. Alright. Hopefully that's the end of this survival horror section. Nope. Of course not.
Stay close to me, brother.
Alright, use up your ammo on them.
Aim for the head.
Yep. You meant no harm. Eh. I'll save those for something that needs it.
I think no worse of thee.
Oh. Seriously?
Woe betide thee, child. Let me end your torment. I remember your true face. The grave holds nothing worse for you. Woe to thee! Follow me! Quickly, brother! Come! Be free, my child!
Probably just infinitely spawn. Okay. What?
Toxin levels detected. Emergency. User dead. Imminent.
Hurry while I hold the gate! Go quickly.
Quickly where?
Flee, brother!
Oh.
Farewell, brother! I fear I deliver you to a darker place. May the light of lights illuminate your path.
Hey, Ed.
Look to your own salvation.
Uh-oh. Rip. Oh, this is skipping the speedruns. Interesting. I guess that's probably for the best, because this is probably a tedious part of the speedrun that we're in it. Were we up at deaths? I've only died twice in this so far? Is that right? Well, okay.
Major fracture detected.
Think I did that to it? I know I haven't died much. Hey, Alyssa. Yeah, I think it's accurate too. But I think it's about to get one higher. Hang out directly underneath me. Well, was it 1 hour and 41 minutes ago? When I last died? That would make sense. No, my goal is, I predicted 90 deaths at the start of this. That's, that was my goal, because my goal for Half-Life 1 was 69 deaths or less. It was actually originally 32, and I had to up it to 69. And I know Half-Life 2 is longer, so I figured that there would be more opportunities to die repeatedly.
Vibrations detected.
Like the looks of this thing. This guy just deposing down here. Or Y-posing. Whatever this is. Planking. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Half-Life 1 where it's like, hey, walk just a little bit too close to this thing and then you're dead. This one at least doesn't kill you immediately most of the time. Get the feeling here, this is infinite spawns. So probably supposed to...
Minor perforation detected.
Yep, that'll work. Yep. Try not to get fancy. Shouldn't get 6 now. Well, nope. Okay, I'm not gonna reload my save, because gotta live with my mistakes. Not getting those items, I guess. Also, the flashlight and your oxygen share the same power. What is happening here? Oh. Actually, maybe you're supposed to be pulled up by that. Good night. Oh, that's probably another secret area. Okay. Get my axe back. Yeah, I've been trying to think back to back when I played this when it came out. And I remember having a difficult time with it in the prison area, I want to say. And then for some stretch of like the beach when you're in the car. This looks like a bad time. Great. Okay. I see what that thing is for now. Alright, you run past everything. You know what? Fine. Okay. Alright. Ammo boxes again, finally. Alright. 2 shotguns. Nice. Yep, this music is like, here's some piano and then this wobbly electric thing. But I guess Half-Life 1 had kind of similar notes to it. Of course.
engaged.
Try that again.
Morphine administered.
There we go. Got him that time. Okay. They just shoot cover. Okay. What? Dang it.
Ulcerations detected.
So this is those stupid ass sniper nests, just like they had in the first game. Okay, so for this we can go like this, that, and then there we go. Okay. But don't even have to be precise. Okay. That's sure, that's intended. Those guys have orange lenses. They have a different gun, it looks like. Okay. Got this. This thing looks like something out of Wing Commander. Except it's a gun. It's on the 3 key. Overwatch standard issue. Now we can be Soldier 76. And shoot birds. Or not. Okay. Alright, so this is full auto, but probably want to not spray and pray. Because most of the guns in Half-Life 1 were not very spray and pray friendly. This just seems like trouble waiting to happen.
Winston's been hit.
Winston, another Overwatch.
Catch him up and get him to the back as soon as he's stable. Gordon Freeman. It's incredible you made it. We've been getting communications from Alex. I'll see if I can reach her again. Follow me.
Alright, I'm following you. Yeah, this one's got a nice feeling of impact to it.
Clear, and I've got Gordon Freeman.
Dr. Freeman, you're kidding. Look, I've been on the line with Alex. Her father's been captured.
Over here, Dr. Freeman.
Eli Vance is indispensable to the liberation.
Okay.
Alex, it's Leon, and I've got Gordon Freeman with me.
Gordon, you made it through Ravenholm. Thank God. I need your help. They've taken my father. He's been taken to Nova Prospect. The Vortigaunts tracked the ship that made off with him and Judith Mossman. While the trains are still running, I'm gonna hitch a ride. Here's where you come in, Gordon. I need you to make your way along the coast until you get to Nova Prospect. It used to be a high-security prison. It's something much worse than that now. But I think it's still easier to sneak in than to break out.
You wanted to take the coast road? You won't last 5 minutes on foot. It's spawning season for the antlions.
That's why I called you, Leon. I was hoping you still had the scout car we left with you last summer.
The antlions.
The one my dad rigged with the Tau cannon.
I remember
good
those.
Idea. Hold on a sec.
Oh, God.
Marco, bring the buggy out. Put it on the dock right now. Gordon Freeman will be driving it.
Will do. I just finished mounting an ammo crate on the back.
Good timing. Okay, Alex, we're all set.
Thanks, Leon. Gordon, I haven't driven the coast in over a year, but I have no reason to think it's gotten any safer. Meet me in the depot where the trains unload. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you in Nova Prospect. Bye for now.
Bye, Alex. Okay, Doc. Before you hit the road, you might want to grab some med kits, restock on ammo, maybe check the map, see where you're headed. There's an ammo supply crate on the back of the car, if that's any comfort.
There is?
Stay with the car, make use of the
Oh,
thumpers.
damn.
You'll stand a fair chance against the antlions. I'll radio ahead to let the next base know you're coming. Shore point to NLO. Shore point to New Little Odessa. Come in, Odessa. Do you read?
Am I liking this more than the first one?
Shore point to NLO.
They both have
Dr. Freeman.
have things to like.
Car's all ready for you.
Like
Come in and I'll lower you down to the beach.
they're kind of different enough that I'm not sure I could easily compare the two. Okay, so there's our ammo display. I had no idea this was there.
Good, here we go.
Like I feel that the combat, I maybe like the combat in one more than this. Like this one certainly has better puzzles by virtue of the physics thing. But I don't know. Like I might like the combat more in one.
Magnet's failing. Hold on. Sorry, Doc.
Oh jeez. I remember these things.
Get that car up.
Halo all over again.
Out of here.
All right. Too soon, Junior. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Alright. That's what I get for trying to quote Fast and Furious. Yeah, the more plus all the indoor levels, like I kind of prefer indoor levels for for something like this rather than these big, expansive areas, because it feels like for this, the solution to a lot of the combat puzzles is just, hey, get really far away from whatever you're fighting, and then you're almost guaranteed to be more accurate and effective from that range. Am I supposed to be going here? Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Like this, it's not like I'm saying Half-Life 2 is a horrible game or anything. Like both Half-Life 1 and 2 are classics and great. But if I had to choose between the two, knowing what I know from my original playthrough of it when it came out, and playing it again and playing through Half-Life 1 again recently, like I don't know, I think I'd prefer 1 over 2. Just as the standalone releases, like just Half-Life 1 and just Half-Life 2. This is... Oh, I think I can turn this off. I think this is what attracts them. Oh, you don't refill with rifle grenades from the car. Whoop. Alright, grenades means grenades for everybody. Over. Yep, good old Half-Life 3. Well, I don't think they're considering Alex to be Half-Life 3, but everything that I've heard and seen about it sure makes it seem like it's gonna be a long enough game to be considered a full installment. You're gonna cook the bacon? Alright. Make sure you put on pants first. That's the only requirement. Drive through that. and what makes me think that it's actually going to be a decent length game is that I saw on YouTube one publication, like I think they posted a video. It was either entitled or it was as long as the first 4 hours of Alex. So that means the game is at least 4 hours. And I heard some speculation that, oh, this game's going to be like 2 hours long, 2 hour long tech demo. But okay. Oh, there's G-Man. All right. Oh, hello. Okay, that actually scared me a little bit. Okay. I gotta remember I have that, that alien rifle too. See. Aliens need to poop too, I guess. Yeah. Well, I think the person being really bad at Doom has been superseded by the guy from The Verge building a PC. I think that one is way more hilarious. We're like, yeah, man, PCs are impossible to build in 2019. And it's like a 30-minute video of a guy like just trying to slam a video card into a case or something, and people gave him so much shit about it that they got like their employer to start doing DMCAs or something. And then took down the video. That one was pretty amazing. And then of course the guy doubled down on it afterwards too. When like anybody who's ever built a computer before ever knew that the guy was just had no fucking clue what he's doing. Alright. Let's go this way. Well, the thing about game journos, as you put it, like, they do have a use, because they're generally going to be people who play a large variety of games, and will be able to give you points of comparison. Like, even if they don't beat every single game, they're also going to be experienced with doing previews of unreleased stuff, where generally the layman dude bro game streamer is gonna play a work in progress of a game and go, this is dog shit, where's all the textures, why can I only just use one gun? When somebody who knows what they're doing would, you know, put all that into perspective. So that is my argument for keeping the journals around. Alright, so turn that off. The Cuphead tutorial, well, Cuphead's a difficult game. You know, we'll get to that one too in the backlog. Like whenever I get done with the NES platformers, we'll have to give Cuphead a go. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a point to turning those off, but I'm gonna do it. Yeah, total genius. Well, that, actually, we were talking about the NBA earlier. There's a guy on one of the teams on the Brooklyn Nets who, he told one of the TV announcer guys that they asked him what he did with his rookie contract money. And his answer was he built the PC. He built the gaming PC with his rookie contract money. And all the announcers are boomers, so naturally they were like, "Oh man, you must be the smartest man in the world. What a genius!" Like,
Hurry, in the basement. We're expecting gunships at any moment. Colonel Cubbage will be glad to see you made it.
Okay. When you don't need to be a genius anymore to build a computer, but he played along with it.
Stay with me, Freeman.
But you told me to go to the... Which one is it? Okay.
Cubbage is in the basement. This way, Dr. Freeman.
Yeah, popular science articles about
This steerable rocket launcher
technical topics.
is our best bet for taking down a gunship.
A rocket launcher.
I'll be right with you. Now, where was I? Yes. Using the laser guide, you can steer your rocket past the gunship's defenses and prevent it from shooting down your rocket. This will only anger it at first, but if you can survive long enough to make several direct hits, you'll be rewarded with a prize worthy of any mantelpiece.
You what, mate?
Now, who's going to be the lucky one to carry it into combat?
Me.
Yes. Gordon Freeman.
Yes.
I couldn't have asked for a finer volunteer. Colonel Odessa Cubbage at your service.
Okay. So pretty much the same. Oh, you can't turn off the laser in this one.
Damn. Let me just send a warning to Lighthouse Point.
Okay.
And I'll come right up and lend a hand. Go on. Teach that gunship a lesson it will never forget.
Okay.
Remember, use the launcher's laser guide to steer your rocket past the gunship's defenses.
Oh. Well, I tried.
And hello to Lighthouse Point. Freeman, ammo!
Oh, yes. More. Give me more. Freeman missiles. What the hell? Okay. This is not going great. Man. Okay. Whew. That could have gone better. Jesus. I guess standing in front of the machine gun fire probably wasn't a great strategy, but it worked well enough, I guess. Okay, so that's on 5.
I gather you've disposed of that gunship, Dr. Freeman.
Sure.
Your reputation, sir, is well deserved. I shall have someone open the gate for you immediately so that you can drive on. I understand that Dr. Vance is in great need. Use extreme caution when approaching the bridge. Radio silence from that outpost leads me to believe it has come under Combine control. Still, you're clearly the right man for the job. You'll make it through if anyone can. Farewell. And please tell Dr. Vance that Colonel Cubbage regrets not having been able to rescue him in person.
Okay.
The Freeman must now hurry on. The Eli Vance is held in distress most dire.
Can you
Is
recharge?
there a reason for delay?
Yes, recharge me. Give me the green.
NLO to
Yeah!
NLO to Lighthouse Point. Come in. This is Colonel Coverage. Come in, please.
That is all for now.
Okay. Alright. Good. That's the reason for delay.
NLO
Okay.
to Lighthouse Point. NLO to Lighthouse Point. Come in. This is
Is Dr. Mossman? Oh, geez. What's wrong with their... Oh, man. Wait, which arm goes the... Oh, geez. Alright, rip in peace, lady. Okay, any more goodies around here? Hey. Alright, later, Hidden. Have a good sleep. Yep, she's had a bad one. So which way did I come in? I think I came from this direction. Then they opened the gate? Yeah.
drive safely.
Car? Oh, yeah. Where's my car? Okay. What? All right. Now I remember why I did not like this section. Okay, so that's turned off. Jeez. Yeah, come and get me in here. Yeah. Good job. Well done, Ant Lion. Okay. Buggy talk, like something on a portal. Okay. Okay, that looks like a ladder that drops down. So, I probably gotta... There's something up there. Get some of this. Yeah, go in the water. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Nailed it. Yep. Great. Got him. Okay. Yeah, I went. Okay, up across there. Yeah, there's a shortcut. Oh. Pick up or drop object. Okay, so this is... Gotta... Go. Alright, so we can probably pick up our buggy. First we gotta get this bridge down. Oh man, can I... Alright, can I smush these? Oh, I could just bonk him with this. Got him. OSHA violation. Nice. Okay. And then we can probably physics this. Yep. Alright. And let's get this container out of there. Okay. Alright, stuff like this is an argument for why Half-Life 2 is better than... If it weren't for this noise that this keeps making, though. Alright, so I'm probably supposed to put the car up there. Assuming I can grab it. Just not quite the right spot to grab it. Oh, clutch! All right, got it. I like the shadows down there, not quite mixing. Okay. All right. So now what? Probably have to. Clear out that area, maybe? Okay. Alright. Probably could have just taken my car and run them all over, but, you know. Way more fun to do it that way. Am I supposed to... Okay. I can just outrun that. Just nos away from my problems. And I don't hear it. Okay. Hit that nos button. Oh jeez. We have new problems. Get off my car. Right. Throw it in the ocean. I really wish there was like a quick melee button in this. Like there's so many occasions where you just need to quickly just one swing hit something. But that kind of didn't become a thing until Halo, really. Now that I think about it. Arrow. I know you can just hit Q to change back to your crowbar, but then you can't quick switch to a anything else. Replace pause. Okay, I'm gonna pause again, and I'm gonna step away for a couple minutes. I think I'm just gonna play through this tonight. I think we're pretty dang far in, and I could probably just beat it in one sitting tonight. So I think I'll attempt to do that. Anyways, I'll be back in a couple minutes for more Half-Life 2. Stay tuned. All right. Oh, wrong one. That one. There we go. Okay. Sure. Extra long? Sure. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to beat this in one sitting. But I'll do at least another, let's say, 3-ish out, 2 to 3 hours. Nice, that's a great place to save. Okay. Alright. Survive the ambush. Okay. Nope. Alright. Not doing so hot on revolver ammo. Yeah, I remember. I remember the prison section, and then after that is, I think, a city, like urban warfare section, and then the end game. I believe that's how that went. So yeah, we'll see. Might be able to beat it tonight, or we'll perhaps have a short part left. The thing is, for Hotel Dusk, since we're so close to the end in that one, I'm thinking that I just want to do all in one sitting, and that will probably take the better part of a whole stream to do. Just because there's a lot of stuff that ties together, and from my understanding, even though there's only 3 chapters left, they're all still pretty long. It's not like the last chapter or the second to last ones are half length compared to the others. No, they're apparently just as long as all the rest of the chapters. As far as the AI in this game, by the way, compared to Half-Life 1. Oh, they're doing the... I was just about to say I've yet to see a soldier in this game mess up a grenade and just place it at their feet, but then it actually happens again. Right before I was about to say anything. So, I don't know. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Also. Non-functioning toilets. A 2004 video game. They have no excuse. No excuse. Okay, so this is likely powering the, that force field thing. Okay. Oh, the apartment ones at the start work? Okay. Alright. Maybe there's in-game lore reasoning for these toilets not working. Maybe they're dry toilets or something. Those things. Okay. Danger explosives. I think me... I threw an explosive barrel at that, and it didn't... Sure, fine. I can't believe I've still only died 3 times. And this is on medium, or normal. Not like I'm playing on easy. I seem to recall having a much tougher time with this when I first played it. And I certainly died a whole lot more in Half-Life 1. Like, deaths per hour were at less than 1 death per hour. And Half-Life 1 was, I think, 10? Around 10 deaths per hour? And ourselves an airship. Yeah, like so far the only thing that's been any sort of real threat has been the gunship. Half-Life 2 Dune Buggy gun sounds ASMR. Everybody's favorite. Oh, they give you missiles here? Okay. Looks like we're gonna have a gunship problem again. And I think I hear the zombie. I hear zombie sound effects. Yeah, it's like over here. It's probably up there. Larger table. No, I'm not going to be playing Hotel Dusk today, but thank you for the good stream. My reasoning is because since we're so close to the end of Hotel Dusk. Ooh, this is new. I want to do Hotel Dusk all in one go, since we're so close to the end, and because I want to keep all the information I gain in that in my head and fresh when I'm playing it. That I was gonna hold off on that one. Half-Life night, boys. That's all cleared out. I still hear zombies, but guess they're... Where else? Or there's a third floor that I... Yeah, it's probably up there. Whatever. Good enough. Yeah, I hear it. It's louder now. Is it over here? Gotta be down there. Oh, hello. I suppose I could just use a rocket launcher on it, because there's infinite rocket launcher ammo over there. Excuse me? What? That's not what rockets do. And how did this guy take 2 rockets? Okay, good. Okay. Okay. I don't remember this. My playthrough years and years ago. This is generally not a good sign, though. Okay, so we got a crossbow thing, which in the first Half-Life was a sniper weapon, and it is in this one too. So you just tap right click to zoom in, and then it stays there. Yeah, and it zooms in about as much as the hitting the Z key does. Okay. But only 4 shots, that is a little disconcerting. Also disconcerting, a rocket refill here. But that also means that I can use rockets on regular enemies if I need to. Okay. Suddenly it's playing Mass Effect music now. Okay, how do I get down there? Besides falling. I'd rather keep this high health. So I probably have to run jump onto that. Because I don't think I can just walk up there. And then go along the girders here. course. Of course. Also, health in rockets here continues to not be great. Why is the bridge shaking? There must be a train. Okay, that sounds like a train. Okay. And then looks like down there to the ladder. Okay. Are you? Oh, ladders, fucking ladders, every time. All right, we get some more crossbow, rockets. Well, might as well use this. Yep. Like, sure, that's a one-shot, but is it really needed? Actually, I probably should have used the rocket launcher. All right. Got him. Okay. All right. I think I can get up there. Well, maybe I can. Like, go up there and then up to this, and then take that around. Or I could go this way up to that. I'm not even sure what the point of this whole section is, but I guess we shall see. Okay. Maybe this is turning off a barrier or something? Okay. Nice. Okay, that's how you're supposed to get rid of those guys. I briefly thought about that, but then I committed to just shooting them instead. Yep. Okay. Still haven't seen a use for that rocket launcher yet. Oh, but okay, you're probably... Alright, I guess I solved this problem ahead of time. with 1 grenade. Okay, there's our reason for a rocket launcher. Can I put this back? All right. He's just shooting a shotgun at me from way too far away. Shit, I could probably take it out like this. Almost. Alright. Now we just need a few more rockets and then we'll be good. Full shotgun to the face. Oh, great, I gotta do this whole part while getting shot at by that thing. Okay. Alright, nice. There's rockets over here. Okay. Whew. All right, get fucked. Got him. Okay. Good. All right. Easy, no problem. Wasn't worried for a second. Not at all. Okay. Now just back to our car. Yep. All right. No problem. Ant lions. That's a problem. Alright, let's get back to our car then. Oh, hello. Okay, you're supposed to hit the NOS way back there. Okay. Okay, I wasn't sure if the train was behind me or in front of me. But yep. Great. Okay. Sand traps. No flashlight in the car. It's got the spooky music on. Lincoln over here, huh? Oh shit. I don't remember this part. Okay. Shit. No weapon out here. And then another loading zone. No? Okay. Usually those are there just to hide loading zones. So. Here anymore. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Oh. All right. Definitely head crabs here at least. Something's over there. Oh. Dang it. Alright. Into the ocean with you. Yeah, only 11 ammo for that, that sniper crossbow. Hey. Into the ocean. What the hell? Like, what is with this box? Stop it. Speedrunning it? I haven't played this game since it came out, so I wouldn't know the first thing. But, oh. Okay. What? Nice. Yeah. Okay. Probably nothing in that boat. Airship. Into the ocean. Into the ocean with you. That. Yep. All right. find a couple more batteries. Grenade. Okay, so that goes to that. So it looks like I need to find 2 more batteries before I can open the gate. One. Yeah, it's probably somewhere else. See, cool environment puzzles like Blue Shift had. The one thing Blue Shift had going for it. Okay, I might be able to find one in a car. Or perhaps through here. Maybe underneath. Aha! Hidden. Of course. Cool. Alright, what's our ammo count at like here? 3. Okay. Yeah. Good. Lighthouse was one of the checkpoints, I think. Yeah. Alright. I was about to shoot him.
We're picking up radio chatter. They're looking for your car. Get your car in the garage.
Okay.
Okay, Doc. You'll have to go on foot from here. There's a secret path along the cliffside, but no one's going anywhere until we fight off this attack. Having you here to fight alongside us is going to make a big difference for morale. Oh, crap. Here come the dropships.
Okay. It'd be nice if I, like, had my car so that I could use the infinite ammo mounted gun on it. Or run over troops. It's such a weird looking, like a very, very happy manta ray. dropping off 4 at a time, whatever what we do. There's 5 of us and a Gordon Freeman. Nope, I want that ammo. Dang it. Oh, and a gunship. Okay. Should have brought in that gunship first. Then those dropships might have stood more of a chance. Got him. Boom. Okay. How does the Resistance have any problems resisting when they have infinite ammo lockers stashed everywhere? They could just be shooting RPGs off all day at the Combine. Okay, so now what? I'm looking for those NPCs, or taking my car. Hello? Hey.
This way, Dr. Freeman. We'll take the cliff path before another gunship finds us.
Okay. Will do. Lead the way.
All right, Dr. Freeman, come with me before another one comes.
Okay. Lead the way.
All right, Dr. Freeman, come with me before another one comes. All right, Dr. Freeman, come with me before another one comes.
Are you stuck here? Hello, sir? Was this?
Let's go!
Okay. I thought we had another blue shift, invincible scientist on our hands. Okay, good.
Right along there. And watch your step. No! I'm hurt!
What? He must have twisted his ankle on the run over, I guess. Okay. Oh, somebody's shooting. Hello? Oh. Oh, there goes my ride. Dang it. Those alien bastards stole my ride. Now I have to try and deal with those ant things.
Hold still, Laszlo. Someone's coming. You there! Stop where you are! Stay on the rocks! Don't step on the sand! It makes the ant lions crazy! Laszlo, don't move! No. Help! Dear God! Poor Laszlo! The finest mind of his generation! To come to such an end.
Well...
We were heading for the Vortigaunt camp, hoping to pick up some bug baits so these damn things would leave us alone. But without Laszlo, what's the point? I know you tried to help. I'll stay with him a while. There's something I have to do.
Oh, well.
Go ahead. I hope you have better luck than we had.
Can I take your ammo at least? You only
Remember
need one.
Stay off the sand. The ant lions are edgy right now.
So we got. Yep. All right. Okay. So the floor is lava. I bet we're gonna hear a single gunshot once I go further in here. Yep, it's the only game. Only game in town. Floor's lava. Come on, grab it again. You can do it. Oh, stuff I didn't need. Great. I didn't need that either. I wanted the thing next to it. Dang it. Didn't need that. Okay. Alright, hopefully when I jump on this, it's not gonna break and blow up. Okay. Okay. And... Okay. Perfect. Less than perfect. Oh, shit. Alright. Okay. Perfect. Alright. We got a strap, boys. Boom. That was an IQ. Who needs rocks when you got 2 pallets? Okay. Probably good here. Alright, yeah, I do need that pallet. Come to me, pallet. Wait, is it? Okay, good. Okay. I probably have to get to down there. Alright, big brain, dual pallet strategy again. Okay. And then take that with us. There's a box over there, or that gives me a use prompt. What's the point of this? Okay. Okay. And yeah. All right. Did it. Okay. Now what? Surely this won't break anything. Okay. Alright, we got plenty of stuff to use as a raft over there. Okay. Alright, so I'm assuming I gotta get to that town over there. And there's no good way back up there from here. There's a bike, though. It's weird that throwing random crap on the sand doesn't get the antlions to spawn, but you walking does. That just seems a little weird. Good. finally have full ammo for that. Seems like half the game since I've had full ammo in nearly everything. Okay. Alright, next. Likely gonna use these. For a little trip across the sand here. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Okay, good. 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 Mistakes are almost made. Alright, so... I don't know if I need to go up there or what. I'll go over there for now. Okay, so... yeah, this'll do. Okay. Alright, explosive barrels usually means combat encounter. And it looks like I gotta go over there to get up to here. And there is a bullet refill station there. Okay. Can I not pick up? Alright, we got that. This. This. Okay. Alright. Got ourselves a plan here. Oh. You can only pick up that from like the front of it. Which kind of complicates what you can do with it. And then this we can... oh geez. Okay. Okay. Alright, easy. Probably didn't need anything in here, but... okay, there's something. Alright. Now what? Second. Use that stuff down there to make a bridge up to there, but that's probably just more optional stuff, so... I might as well. I need this thing anyways for whatever I'm doing next. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Alright. Oh, no, no. Fall through. Okay. Alright, this seems safe. Dang it. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do this. And then this. For a very safe... okay. Okay. See, and that doesn't spawn antlions either. Okay, that's just nothing. Yeah, it was Half-Life Parkour. This would actually make like a cool mod. For something like, was it CSGO surfing? Something like that, except for puzzles like this. Like, this stuff, I find almost more satisfying than any of the gunplay and combat in this one. Like, stuff that you could really only do in this game. And it's stuff that I'm really hoping that Alex has. Because I know Alex does have the gravity manipulation stuff in it. Built into one of her gloves. So I'm really hoping there's more stuff like this in Alex. But we'll see in... Oh shit. We'll see in 10 days, I suppose. Okay. Alright, so we got a generator hooked up to that thumper thing. And then maybe that means I'm safe now, maybe? I'm gonna have to keep using this though. At least only one spawning. Where else can I even go? There's this boat down here. That doesn't look like a critical path. That looks like the critical path. Heading that way then. I wonder if I can just grab this and leg it. I probably should have done that a while ago, but hey. Look at those. Okay. Oh, more of this. Okay. And I don't think I can just cheese this by getting the stick. Getting the plank here. That thing, it's not going to come easily anyways, looks like. Perhaps I don't even... Okay. Whoop. That's... that one. Okay. These red and blue... Giant red-blue buttons look very similar when I'm 6 hours into a stream. Okay. I just have to run? Maybe, okay, maybe they're not an issue here. Maybe. Oh shit. Oh shit. Whoa. Okay.
Freeman must follow. The Freeman will do wise to heed our extraction of the Myrmidon's aromatic pheropods. The process is not entirely hygienic, therefore stand aside.
All right.
Freeman will have need of these pheropods on the paths ahead. Gather them now.
Okay. And then... Looks like we got infinite ammo with these. Sure. Forward, but I need ammo. Let's see more ammo crates, though. Alright. Oh, besides this one. One ammo. Okay.
The ant lions won't bother you now, Doc.
Okay, good.
The Freeman must excuse us. It is rude of us to commune by flux shifting in front of those whose vocal inputs are impaired. Yes, we will vocalize in your auditory language as a matter of courtesy. Unless we wish to say unflattering things about you. Just so.
And they're right back to it. Hey.
Get going, Dr. Freeman. Nova Prospect is just ahead. One man alone wouldn't stand much chance going in there. But a man with a pack of antlions, well, that's a different story.
Okay. So that's, what, 6? 6 is pheropods. Okay.
The Freeman honors us by his presence. Follow Freeman.
Alright.
The Freeman will now be instructed in the use of pheropods. Attend now and learn to shepherd antlions with the so-called bug bait. The Freeman will now break out his pheropod and toss one into yonder pit.
Yonder.
The Freeman has done well. A free man can also put his appliance to attack specific targets. Observe the training mannequin and mark it well with another pheromone.
Okay, and if you right-click, it recalls them. Okay. The Vortigaunt talks like the wolf from King's Quest V. Yonder lies the Yiddy Cave.
Attend well. Apply pressure to your pheromone to signal the appliance in your command to follow you. The free man shows his excellence in all things. And now this one must bid the free man farewell. Nova Prospect lies just beyond. Remember well what you have learned here. The Eli Vance has greatest confidence in you.
Okay. Alright, off to Nova Prospect. Why is it? This is running at 60 FPS? Huh. It's not running at... That's bizarre. This, Okay. Yeah, this is 120. For whatever reason, my library thing got confused. There we go. That's more like it. 9% of my 2070 Super. Okay, so they do not want to approach this thing. But if I turn it off...
Priority warning. Outland stabilization force 6 Nova Prospect. Perimeter restrictors disengaged. Priority warning. Perimeter restrictors disengaged.
Huh, okay. So these are perimeter restrictors.
Priority warning. Perimeter restrictors disengaged. All stabilization
Alright, that looks like a bunker.
incursion hard immediately.
Alright, go get him. Go get him, little buddies. Nice. Alright. So this is like that, that B-gun from episode 1, or Half-Life 1. Except it requires even less on my part. Okay. Thankfully the pathing is even better. Alright, take it. Just hop over all that. Yep. Alright, go get them, little buddies. GG easy. Oh. I suppose I could have gotten on this and done that, but what's the fun in it? Out of the way. Out of the way. Go over there. Okay. I guess the next question is which one of those is Peepo? Or are they collectively Peepo? More lights over there. I can use them to draw fire as well. Some Shivers vibes? Yep. I was actually listening to Shivers music just today. Yep. Go get him, Peepo. Go get into that grinder. Oh, jeez. Okay, apparently I was supposed to run up that hill. That was where those soldiers spawned. So I need to go back this way. And go up there. Okay. Alright, now we spawn in our Peepos. Go get him, Peepo. Bug hunt. Nice. Okay.
Center 9 to report error report. Containment status. Source territory. Team 14 9 assemble and reinforce.
Get that box. Nope. Okay. This looks a little ridiculous. Man, they just keep spawning. All right. Go get them, little buddies. Yeah. At least a crossbow ammo. Man. It's been rarer than rocket launcher ammo. Okay.
Alert. Contact status 0 with Land C intercept team. Possible antigen 1 reinfection. All Nova prospects stabilization delegated. Move to hard point.
Service to Dutch field promotion.
Nova Prospect Stabilization Force Directive 2. Engage reserve. Contain exigent incursion.
Alright. Go get him, Peepo. Nice grenade. Damn, they're still spawning? Probably supposed to flank over here. Oh, there it is. Good job, Peepo. Special heavy suppression. Oh, we gotta. Got traffic jam over here. Uh-oh. Alright. Go over there. Shit. Alright. Go over there. Okay. There we go. Alright. Let's roll, Peepo. Eh? That looks like something I'm supposed to be climbing up, but... Oh. Or go this way. No! Peepo! Peepo, don't do that to me. Go get him, Peepo. Well, this is easy. All right. Oh, how do I get up there? Wait. Okay. I thought this was a rope. Gonna say, is this gonna be another appearance of climbable ropes in Half-Life? Because it works so well in opposing force. Alright, Peepo, don't you fucking dare knock me off this. This antlion sound is a little unsettling. Like, I bet if somebody's got a thing with insect sounds, would probably not enjoy that. Oh, hello. Goodbye. Yeah. A gravity gun. I do have one, but what would I do with it? Oh, to push the antlines out of the way? To solve my traffic jam problem? Alright. Go get him, Peepo. Well, if I was trying to be stealthy, I don't think that's an option anymore. Peepo is on the case. Satisfying. Okay. Alright, so my Peepos are safe now. Oh. No way, it hit the railing. Alright. Okay. Oh man. Ammo for that's so precious too. Fuck. Okay. Alright, to battle, my minions. Oh, that's okay. So that's why they give you this, I guess. All right, out of the way, Pose. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, shit. All right. Shit. I need to concentrate my fire on just one of them if I can. Alright, go get him, Peepo. Alright, Kobe. Got him. Yeah. Okay. I remember this part was rough. Okay. Ah. Shit. Okay. Alright, peepos. Go over there. Go play over there. Come on. Go play over there. Holy shit. Okay. Okay.
Priority alert. Nova Prospect oxygen breach. Perimeter communication status zero.
It's probably a scripted thing for that to crash there.
Deploy sterilizer in suspected infection. A5.
Okay.
A7. B2.
Alright. Only one death there. That went probably better than it should. I don't know if they can follow me into here. Okay. Alright. See, I'm on my own. Okay, I'm definitely on my own here now. Nova Prospect. Okay, and now that I think about it a little bit, this is probably a great place to stop for the night. So, 6.5 hours in. We still got a decent amount left here. Because I know Half-Life 1 was, what, 9-ish hours, and I think this one's also about that long. So, we'll be able to beat this in the next stream, because, oh my god, my hands are killing me. And I have a headache from all that explosion sounds. Alright. I'm gonna cut that there, then. Okay. So we made good progress here. 6 hours, 15 minutes into Half-Life 2. 6 deaths, which is way less than I thought we would have at this point. Yeah, I think things going a little too smoothly here with Half-Life 2. And I have not played Half-Life 2 Episode 1 or Episode 2 yet, but apparently those are fairly short, so those shouldn't be a big deal. And then we still have Portal 2 left to do, and then VR stuff. And then we'll be ready for Half-Life Alyx, which comes out in 9 days at this point. So yeah, we should have enough time to get everything done before that one comes out. And yeah, especially if I stream pretty much every day between now and then, we'll definitely have everything done in time. So yeah, sorry I couldn't get to Hotel Dusk tonight, but like I explained earlier, we're so close to the end for that I just want to kind of do it all in one sitting. And if Half-Life 1 or the remainder of Half-Life 2 ends up taking like 3 hours for the next stream, then I will totally just do the rest of Hotel Dusk in the next stream. Because from what I remember of the ending of Half-Life 2, it's not too difficult or anything. So yeah, that should be the plan for the next time. Alright, so, as always, I hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Have a good one.